WWE preview. So let's see if we can do that. I should have it. There we go. I thought I had it lined up, queued up, and we do. So, yeah, here we go. We've got Jey Uso going to be challenging Bron Breakker for the Intercontinental Championship. So I think actually what we could do is maybe put a poll into the chat straight away, straight out of the gate. Who leaves as IC champion? Let's see what people think. I think I've got a good idea who's going to be the favorite in this match, but I would like to know the percentage. So who leaves as Intercontinental champion? Is it going to be Jey Uso or is it going to be Bron Breakker? So we've got that. Then we've got Drew McIntyre returns en route to his Hell in a Cell match against CM Punk at Bad Blood. And then we've got Sami Zayn looks to take down Ludwig Kaiser en route to Gunther. So not loads there, to be honest. Obviously, the Intercontinental title match is the big deal. Drew is going to be doing a promo, just like how Punk did a promo last week. And we got CM Punk. We got Sami Zayn taking on Ludwig Kaiser as he heads towards that match with Gunther. So not loads, to be honest. Not a massive breakdown tonight. Not loads for us to get our teeth into. But that's quite good because that means that we can jump into the chat a little bit quicker than usual. Hello to Corey. Hello to James. Hello to Daniel, who says, I'm right behind you. Daniel's always right behind me, which is quite concerning. But Daniel, I hope you are well. You've not attacked me yet. So I'm feeling quietly comfortable, actually. So I hope you're well, my friend. AB Jobson, hello. Says, is Jey getting a title match because Rikishi won't stop whining on social media? Jey not being in the main event, question mark. Yeah, I said online that for me, I've stopped kind of listening to what Rikishi has got to say on that subject because I don't know about you, it is getting very frustrating hearing him constantly complaining. I mean, what I would say is he's obviously looking to promote his family. He obviously wants the best for his family, and there's clearly things that are not going in the direction that he would take them. And I suppose in a way he's just becoming like every other fan. Like things aren't going the way that they're looking for, and so he's expressing his frustration on social media. He's clearly got a right to do that, because that's what all of us do. You know, there's a whole opinions channel that we do and everything. It's just, I don't know. I think what makes this one a bit different is that they are such hot takes and so consistent as well. You know, I mean, like, it doesn't seem like anything's right. It doesn't seem like he's happy with how Jay's being booked. It doesn't seem like he's happy with how Jacob's being booked. He was sending out, I mean, there's no explanation at the moment for the comments he made about Jimmy, where he scared us all half to death by saying, you know, give Jimmy your prayers, keep him in your prayers, all this kind of stuff. And then WWE obviously have come out to Sean Ross Sapp and said, we ain't got a clue what that's about. Like, we're not aware of any issues. So, I don't know. I mean, for me, he's like the boy that cried wolf. For me, there's too much water under the bridge now where he's doing stuff for attention, or his frustrations are not frustrations that I share. So if he was like a YouTuber or a content creator, he is not someone that I would engage with. He's not someone that I would seek their opinion on, because I mean, like, he came out today and said that he thought that Jacob was being booked wrong. Like, Jacob, one of the most over superstars, like someone I would actually hold up as an example of good booking. You know, someone that I would say, you know, we've actually shown how intense he can be. Like, and it's not just WWE, but Jacob himself, I think, has done an excellent job of maximizing his minutes. I mean, he has not had loads to do, to be honest, but we have done a good job of sending Jacob out and having him like run through the tag division. I mean, actually, if you wanted to complain, you could complain that Jacob single-handedly beating up so many tag teams is really bad news for the tag division, right? You could make that argument. But I think to try and spin it that, like, Jacob's been badly booked is bonkers to me. Absolutely bonkers to me. I couldn't disagree with that more. So as I said, you know, he's entitled to his opinion just like everyone else. But the result of that is that it's no longer an opinion that I seek. It's no longer an opinion that I particularly care for. Even though he is an ex-wrestler, I've still got the ability to watch the show myself and think for myself. And his opinions are just out of line with mine. And so, yeah, he's like the boy that cried wolf, really. So, yeah, crazy that we're having that kind of a conversation about Rikishi. But there is a bit of frustration around Rikishi, to be honest. There is a lot of people that are kind of reaching that similar kind of level of frustration with him. Certainly over that Jimmy thing. That Jimmy thing was a bad move, I would say. Hopefully it doesn't turn out there's something to it, of course. But, yeah, a bad move. But Jacob said Brony has been booked very well. Rikishi was saying that he was being pushed too fast is crazy, considering that he's not even had a singles match yet. They're booking him like a badass that destroys everyone. Yeah, I really like him. As I said, if you go from the angle of, like, this is not good for the tag teams, because you remember there was like a tag match where, wasn't it like, I don't know, DIY against Street Profits, and like he came down and ended up messing up both teams after they'd, well, I think it was during a match, wasn't it? During a match he came down and there was like 4 guys that he was just messing up on his own. If you want to go with the angle of, I don't think that's great for the tag division, you know, imagine if we did that with the Road Warriors and Demolition and whatnot. I could be like, okay, yeah, cool. I can see where you're coming from. I understand that it might make the tag division look a little weak. But I can't say that you're booking Jacob wrong. I mean, Jacob just looks like a beast. He's in a great place. He's super, super over. People are, like, really excited about him. So, no, I don't think we need to stick in it anymore. It's, in my opinion, it's a bad opinion. But it's his opinion, and he is definitely entitled to it, so... Right, Daze, how are you doing? Says AK Trip. I'm good, thank you. Thank you for the heart. I tagged you in a Twitter photo of the Wyatt Sicks. No worries, my friends. I appreciate people that tag me in tweets and pictures and stuff like that. I mean, all of that obviously helps with Unseen or just bits and bobs, really. So sometimes things might end up in a Wyatt Sicks video. Sometimes things might end up in an opinions video. Sometimes things end up in an Unseen video. So, yeah, all goods. All goods. Lisa said, who would you say has been the guy that Vince McMahon liked to book great that Triple H has not booked great, said Lisa. Who has been the guy that Vince booked great that Triple H has not booked great? It's a good question. I think a lot of the top guys have been treated similar. Clearly there was something not right with Bobby. Bobby comes to mind because Vince always had something for Bobby. And, you know, he was a world champion under Vince. Under Triple H, I mean, he's no longer around. His contract has not been renewed. And we know what happened with the Hurt Business. We know what happened with the group with the Street Profits. So, like, Bobby definitely comes to mind. The other name that I would think of is The Miz. If you think about The Miz's career, and you think about what The Miz achieved, like former world champion, couple-time world champion, actually, Triple Crown, like, winner, like a Grand Slam championship winner, and just think of, like, all those Miz TVs. Now, I know they were annoying, and I'm certainly not someone that's gonna, like, start a campaign to bring back Miz TV. But he was on Raw pretty consistently. Like, he ate up a lot of TV time. He was someone that was used so often. He had his own reality show of Miz and Mrs. You know what I mean? Like, he was a name. He was someone that was, all right, not at the top of the card, but he was a big star. I would say that he was, like, consistent. You always tuned in and you always saw The Miz, for better or for worse. Now it's just not the case, really. I know we had him in the tag team with R-Truth, but that's fizzled out now, hasn't it? And I think we're maybe going to start something else with, like, Braun, maybe, Bronson Reed, maybe. I mean, it might just be a case that we're waiting for a new story to start, but I think if you look at how The Miz was booked so consistently under Vince compared to how he's booked now, it definitely feels like... I think it's The Miz's humor is not Triple H's humor. It was Vince's, that kind of silly humor, that kind of cringy humor, that kind of aimed at kids humor. And so he did well. He got a lot of TV time under Vince, but not so much under Triple H. So I would be looking at Bobby. I'd be looking at Miz. I think, like, Roman has been treated as good, you know. No problems with Roman. No problems with Cody, of course. Yeah, I think those would be the two that come to mind. I'm trying to think of the women. I'm trying to think if there's any women that were used by Vince. But, I mean, like, again, I think they all pretty much check out. You've had a lot of injuries, of course. We haven't seen much of Charlotte. You know, Charlotte's not been around in quite a while. So can't really comment on her. Becky's contract expired. So we don't quite know what's happening there. But I expect to see her back one day. So apart from, like, the contract issues, I think it pretty much continued as it was. So, yeah, I think it would be those two. Carl and Dawn said, what are we expecting from the Wyatt Sicks tonight? Hello. What are we expecting from the Wyatt Sicks tonight? Honestly, we don't know. I mean, we did get a QR code last week, and it would be a little bit strange to have one and not follow it up with another. It would be a little strange to just do a random QR code last week and not have another one now. So I'm thinking there's a chance that we do get another QR code tonight. That is going to please and upset people in equal measure, because there's people that love them and then there's people that really hate the disruption that causes. I'm actually a little bit of both. I also get frustrated with the fact that it causes so much disruption, because, you know, you're kind of in a situation where you have to look at the QR code because our community is so into them that you can't just leave it and do it after Raw. So you kind of have to do it during the show, but then equally you're trying to make sure that you're still paying attention to the show, because there's still stuff happening. There's still stuff that we need to be aware of. So it is difficult. It is very difficult. I mean, I love the QR code. So for me, I would rather have them than not have them. But I totally understand where people come from with those frustrations. So if you are sat there and you're like, oh, I hate it because it causes so much disruption, I totally get it. The argument has always been, well, you don't have to look into it. But obviously, I mean, I do. Because there's people that want and that send me stuff and that want to talk about it, and there's, you know, you actually see an increase in viewers when a QR code has hit, because anyone that's not watching with us, I think they think about us, right? I think they think about our community. And if there is a QR code, it's amazing how, you know, we'll have so many viewers, and when a QR code hits, boom, it just spikes, it goes up. As we do that kind of initial investigation and we have a look as to what the QR code is. I think there are people out there that maybe enjoy watching Raw on their own. So they're not looking for a watch along, but they enjoy the channel for the Wyatt Sicks content. And so if there's a QR code, one of their first thoughts is, let's go to the Wrestling Daze channel and see what's being said. So again, for that reason, I can't ignore it. So it's very difficult, but I'm thinking tonight there's a chance we do get another QR code. I'd be surprised if we only got one. Plus also, I don't know about you, but I find what we're doing with the Wyatt Sicks at the moment to be very cryptic. I can't quite tell if there's not a few different messages that are being communicated, Because, for example, why are they offering Braun help when he's currently in a fair fight? Like, that doesn't really make much sense to me. Like, it would be a very heelish thing to do for the Wyatt Sicks to attack Bronson Reed right now. I would see that as a heel move, because Braun is in a fair fight. It's one-on-one. It's man against man. It's two beasts battling for supremacy, you know? And I know that the Wyatt Sicks regard Braun as a brother. I know that they're basically just saying, listen, we're here for you if you need us. So at the moment, I suppose it's just an offer of help, which is fine. That's fine. But at the moment, I can't see a reason as to why Braun would want their help, because he's the babyface. He's the babyface, and if the Wyatt Sicks come in, then all of a sudden it's going to be, 5-6 on 1? Do you know what I mean? Like, and it'll be completely unfair. And so, you know, Braun can't accept their help at the moment. But I can understand why they're offering, but I mean, it's not just one offering, is it? Like, they keep offering. Like, we keep getting things where we're like, oh, that's they're sending that to Braun. How many times do you have to offer help? Do you know what I mean? Like, there was that psalm the other day, which felt like it was, you know, an offer of help. Then there was the journal entry, which also felt like it was an offer of help. And there's been a couple of bits where I'm like, yeah, all right, calm down. You know, you don't need to keep offering. I'm sure he's got the message. So, I don't know. I'm looking at it and I'm like, is it all for Braun? Is everything they've done for Braun? And if it is all for Braun, why such a loud message? Why are we repeating that message? I don't know. There's a few bits that just seem a little bit strange in a way. It does make me wonder if there's a few messages in there, actually. It does make me wonder if maybe we're sending a message or starting to plant seeds for the next target as well. And we know about the Pluto symbols behind the women's tag team, so you could make the argument that there's an example of, you know, because those Pluto symbols on SmackDown, they're not for Braun. They're not for Braun. So those you could either argue are coincidental, or you could argue that that is teasing something different. So it really could be that actually at the end of the day, we've got a few different messages being sent. Because some of the stuff doesn't perfectly fit. We've kind of spoke about that at different points, you know. So I suppose where I'm at with it is I do think that the loudest noises I've heard have been to Braun. Or at least what I've interpreted has seemingly fitted with, you know, offering Braun help. But I wouldn't be shocked to find out that, like, you know, we kind of really push, like, something forwards, and then it clicks that actually some of these things might have been a message to Judgment Day. Like, you know, that going over the river Styx, that might ultimately be something to do with Judgment Day or Final Testament, you know? It might be that we're actually going after someone, but we just didn't quite pick up on it. So, I don't know. I'm very interested in it. I think that this could go a number of different ways. I think what's most exciting, though, is nothing feels like it's connecting with American Maids. I don't look at any of this and think that American Maids is a target. And I'm quite grateful for that, because I don't know about you. I'm happy to move on from American Maids. I'm happy to go in a different direction, because that was fine. It was a good, like, welcome to WWE type feuds. But I am kind of done, really, with seeing those matches. I don't need to see anything else. Love Six said, Daze, if Jay does legitimately win the title tonight, who should dethrone him? Well, I think he should lose it quite soon, to be honest. I would even be tempted to have him lose it at the end of the year or the Royal Rumble. Because I think that having the new bloodline cost Jay the title would be good for that story. It would just sort of cement his involvement in that group. I mean, I would imagine that we would probably end up with Usos against Gorillas of Destiny. You know, that might even be penciled in for WrestleMania. I think if Jay comes back to be in Bloodline, I don't think you end that before WrestleMania. Because we know WrestleMania is going to be Roman against Solo. Or at least that's the rumor. So if we are getting Roman against Solo, I've got to think that that means that both of their bloodlines are going to be very heavily involved in those stories. And that ultimately will likely mean Usos against Gorillas of Destiny, which, to be honest, is a dream match for many, many people. I don't know in 2025 how that match looks. But if you was to go back 10 years, 8 years, that is very much a match that people would have been licking their lips for. So I think that if he does win it, and I don't think he does, but if he does win it, I think that him losing it around the end of the year, start of 2025, and it playing into the current story of Bloodline, I think that would make sense. So I would look at something along those lines. I don't think he has a week or two as champion. I think you give him a longer run than that. But I would have him lose it. Who would he drop it to is a good question. To be honest with you, I don't think it massively matters. Because I think there's a lot of people that would benefit from a mid-card title run. I think there's a lot of people that could actually have like that bet. I mean, you could put it on Dirty Dom. I mean, Dirty Dom winning the Intercontinental Championship and running around as a champion along with Liv. That would be the biggest championship Dirty Dom has ever won. And I can't see him winning it without assistance. So you've actually killed two birds with one stone there, where you've got Dirty Dom, a mid-card championship. I think Dom is someone that is used a lot, and he's someone that has really come on. Someone that gets big reactions, and someone that I think you could see winning the Intercontinental Championship. I don't think that's bonkers. So, you know, I look at someone like him. You know, you could have someone from the Wyatt Sicks. You could have Braun. There's loads of people that could end up winning that championship. Bronson Reed. You know, you probably wouldn't go Braun because he's a face. So it'd need to be a heel. So, like Bronson Reed, you could get Bronson out of this feud with Braun Strowman by early 2025. Have him get the title off Jay. That would be pretty good. Or if you really want to build up Ludwig Kaiser, then, you know, you could give him a shock victory. And then you've got Gunther as world champion. You've got Ludwig Kaiser as Intercontinental champion. I feel like there's loads of directions that you could go, to be honest. You could go Finn Balor, but I've got bigger ambitions for him. I think he should be a world champion, not an Intercontinental champion, so I wouldn't really go Finn, personally. But I would say have a look down the heels on Raw, and I think you'll find a lot of good options. A lot of good options. So I haven't really got a name in particular of someone that I'd be campaigning for, but I think it would be more like, how would he lose it? And I would have the bloodline involved. Uncle Rebel said there's a lot of good scenarios for the IC title. It would be fun if it changed hands frequently. It's a hard title to defend. It's a really good point, actually, because it has always been regarded as the workhorse championship. So it is one that should be defended on a regular basis. I don't mind people having a hold of it for like a good 3-4 months. You know, I don't think we should have like loads of different champs, just because we've done it. I've seen it. The belts really lose their impact. It is better to have like longer reigns, but then I would make the argument that if you go too long, then people do get a bit bored. So I feel like you need to mix it up, really. You need to have like some reigns that have been going for a while. You need some reigns coming to an end. Like, you just need to have a nice mixture. And I think you're right that the IC title is one that could change hands, you know, 3 times a year, something like that. Maybe 4 times a year. And you know, maybe you might go and give it to someone for 6 months, but then someone has it for 3 months, and then someone else has it for 3 months. So, like, you know, you kind of, something along those lines would be fine. We've just had Gunther hold it for a long time. Then obviously Sammy had it for not too long. I mean, he had it, WrestleMania through to like SummerSlam. So I kind of feel that that's okay. It's all right. I'd say 2024 is not too bad. We've had 3 champions. I'd say that's all right. So, if Jay was to get it later this year, or I don't think he gets it tonight, but if he was to get it at some point, that would be 4 champions. And that would probably be my max, to be honest. That would probably be in the ballpark of I wouldn't really go much more than that. So I'd say that it's doing okay at the moment. It's doing okay. I'm not a fan of hot potato win titles, every other week it goes on someone different. Because I've seen it. I know what it does to the titles. The complaints are then that the belts just don't mean anything. If you actually get the Intercontinental Championship, it doesn't make you feel like a bigger star because you'll only have it a few weeks and then someone else has got it. And so many people have had it. It doesn't have any impact. So I would say that you can go too far the other way, definitely. So there is a sweet spot there, which is in a slightly different place for people. Some people don't mind it being changed often. Some people don't mind the long reigns because they think it gives the belt and the wrestler prestige. I mean, I would say that the long reign definitely helped Gunther. But there was still plenty of people complaining that he'd held the belt hostage and whatnot. Same with Roman and his long reign that he's just had. So... yeah, it's one of those. You'll never please everyone. So you just got to try and do the best you can. Carl and Dawn said, Daze, stay cheeky. And you, my friends. And you. Hopefully it's going to be a cheeky day today. That's what we're looking for. Cheeky QR codes. Some cheeky talking points. I'm after any of that. Ryan, shout out to you, my friends. Ryan said, evening Daze, I really thought we would have got Jimmy back on Friday with Roman at the stadium. How long before we get him and Paul back? It can't be long. Yeah, I don't think it's long, but I'm not really putting pressure on it. I didn't expect Jimmy at the stadium, actually. I think if Jimmy's coming back, I think it'll be in front of the crowds. I don't think he would come back in like a video package. So I wasn't expecting Jimmy there. There's been a couple of times where I have expected Jimmy. I thought there was a chance that we might see Jimmy when Roman came back at SummerSlam. I also thought there was a chance when Roman returned on SmackDown the other week and, got into the cage and all of that and needed a partner. And then certainly when Cody was like, I'm not teaming with Roman, I did wonder if that then was going to lead to a story where Roman needed to find a partner. So there's been a couple of times where I have expected him. But I'm not in a rush, to be honest, because I think that the bulk of the story between now and Survivor Series, for me, is going to be Roman trying to get his group together. So you could have Jimmy in now and, spend that time just trying to get Jay and trying to get Sammy and try, you might even need one more. You might even need someone else. So I feel like the bulk of that is what Roman is going to have to do between, once we're done with Bad Bloods and we work our way to Survivor Series. So for me, I'm not really in a rush. In my mind, we're doing Bloodline at Survivor Series. So I'm pretty chill about it. I'm pretty chilled. Because in my mind, we're doing that match and we're getting it at Survivor Series. And Survivor Series is the end of November. So at some point between now, end of September, and 2 months' time, which is 8 weeks? It's not that long. 8 weeks. In 4 weeks, it'll be the end of October. In 8 weeks, it'll be the end of November. So somewhere over this next 8-9 weeks, we will get the whole group back together. And don't forget, in that time, we've got to go to Saudi Arabia as well. I don't know what Roman's doing there, but he is expected to be on that show. So we've got to sort that out. We've got to build that. We know that Roman won't be on every single week as well. So we've got to factor that in. So I think you're absolutely right. I mean, we can't leave it too long because we ain't dealing with loads of time. So, but yeah, I'm pretty chilled on it, to be honest. Pretty chilled on it. I'm feeling pretty good about the fact that we'll get Bloodline at Survivor Series. I haven't heard any different. It's the match everyone's been speculating about. It's the match that makes the most sense. We're running out of time, so I agree. Some point soon, but when? Don't know. Daze, did The Miz deserve the career? Hello, Aaron. Hope you're well, buds. Did The Miz deserve the career he had? Fair play to him. He had it. But Dolph Ziggler, Shelton Benjamin, John Morrison, they had way more potential to be the face with The Miz push that he got. Well, I think you make a good point. I mean, it's very hard to say, did he deserve what he got? I mean, what I would say is, I think he fought for what he got. I think The Miz is actually a really good story in the sense of he came in as a celebrity because wasn't he on The Real World? And the wrestlers were like, you're not going to use the locker room. Like, you're not one of us. And so he had to change in corridors and outside of the dressing room. And eventually he went up to Undertaker and said, look, I've been doing this for like 6 months, however long it was. Would it be all right with you if I went back in the locker room, started getting like changed with the rest of everyone else? And Undertaker said, yeah, that's fine. And he kind of paid his dues, if you will, in that regard. And so he went into the locker room and like it was not easy for him. I kind of feel like in those early stages, a weaker person could have been driven really out of the business. Could have buckled and gone, do you know what, this isn't for me, and could have walked away, but he stuck with it and he went through what he went through, and I actually respect him more for going through that. And then I think he's got a charisma. I mean, he is someone that is I remember oh god, was it called Storytime, which was like an animated WWE show on the network. I remember a story where he tells that he used to go to like spring break, go on a stage when he was a celebrity. Or I think this was before he was a celebrity, actually. It was like a job that he did. And he would get students up out of the crowds. And he would like get them to, like, you know, do stuff during spring break, right? Drinking contests and things along those lines. So I think naturally he is someone that is a showman, that is charismatic, that can perform in front of a crowd, that knows that he can, like, he's got control if he's got a microphone in his hands. Like, I think he has that skill set. And I don't know that like a Shelton Benjamin has that skill set. I think what Shelton Benjamin has got is the ability to put on really great matches, but I don't know that he's got the ability to really hold an audience. I don't know that he's got like the charisma to really captivate an audience, and to basically just eat up TV time. And that's what The Miz was able to do. You know, you could put him out there and he was fine looking like a fool. He was absolutely fine, like, with you making fun out of him. I mean, do you remember, like, even recently, the whole tiny balls stuff that kind of was happening, you know? And, and Maurice would be on the show telling the crowd to shut up and that her husband hasn't got tiny balls. And I can't see Shelton Benjamin doing that kind of stuff. But, like, The Miz was more than happy to do that. You need him in a tag team, he'll be in a tag team. You need him to, you know, carry the Intercontinental Championship and be like a heel, he'll do that. You need him to be like, you know, comedy, he'll do that. I mean, granted, the comedy was not great. It was Vince's form of comedy. But I think when you've got someone that's got that kind of personality, they can just eat up TV time. And that is a bit of a gift, really. You know, do you know, he's a bit like McDonald's. I said this on stream the other day. There's a guy, I forget his name, but he's a marketer, very famous. You see him all over the internet. And he told that story of McDonald's is not the best restaurant, but you know what you're getting with McDonald's. Like, people go to McDonald's and they're not disappointed because they go in with a certain expectation. If you go to a McDonald's, you don't expect Michelin star food, right? You expect a burger, a Big Mac. You've had one before. You know what it's like. You know that it's fine. You know it's not amazing, but it meets your expectation. And the point he was making was that he's been to 5-star restaurants and had really, really disappointing experiences where he'll go spend a load of money and walk out still hungry and really dissatisfied. And he said McDonald's have just got it right. They're not trying to be the best. They're just trying to meet a certain expectation. And I think in a way that's The Miz. I think The Miz is like McDonald's. I think with him, you know that his segments are not going to be 5-star segments. You know that his segments are not going to blow your mind. You know, this is not going to be someone that's going to be up there for like segment of the year, match of the year, promo of the year. He's not gonna have any of those. So I think you can look at The Miz and say, yeah, he's quite disappointing in that regard. But what he does do is he consistently meets your expectation as to what a Miz segment's going to be, which to a lot of people might be disappointing. But he is someone that you know kind of what you're going to get out of his segments, and he does a lot of what he's asked to do. And, you know, if he's got to be a goof, then he'll give it his all and he'll be a goof. If he's got to get hit in the balls with a tomato being thrown at him, that will happen. If he has to trip over and fall into a swimming pool and try and paddle his way out of it whilst water's getting splashed at it, he'll do that, you know? And I think that in Vince's eyes was worth its weight in gold. I think in Vince's world, where you're filling TV time and you've got someone that's not going to stink the place out, he's got the promo skills to be able to deliver an okay segment. Never a 5-star segment, but an okay segment consistently. That's worth its weight in gold. So does he deserve the career he's got? Well, that's a difficult one because he's had it, you know? He's had the career he's had. I think we have, with his segments, not took gambles, not took risks. And we have, you know, he's benefited as a result. Maybe you could argue that we could have used that time for something better, but you could also counter-argue that those segments could have been used for something a lot worse. And so, I mean, I think he's a definite Hall of Famer. There's no doubt about that. I think there's even an argument that he is a top ballot Hall of Famer as well. Honestly, if someone, and I think they should do this, I think this would be a mind-blowing stat. I don't know how you would do it, but you should do it. If someone could work out how much TV time The Miz has had, like you think of every match, every promo, every Miz TV, every backstage interview, you think about all of The Miz's TV time, I think it would be a truly shocking number because he has been ever present. He's even said, hasn't he, like how he doesn't get injured and he's not had any major injuries. So he's been ever present. So I think there's a real argument for him being like a first ballot. And he's a former champ as well. Main evented a WrestleMania. If you think that we have just had Paul Heyman be a main eventer, who definitely deserved that honor, but he's not a wrestler. He's not an active wrestler. I think if you could look at The Miz and make an argument that The Miz could main event a class as well. So, yeah, I've got a bit more sympathy for The Miz than maybe a few out there. A bit more respect for The Miz than a few more out there, because I just look at the TV time that he's gobbled up. Good question, though. I do love that question. I think it's allowed us just to dig into The Miz a little bit there, which is quite cool to do. Right. But speaking of Vince, said Smokey Digglers, have you seen the statement? Yes, I have. I have seen the statement, and I thought it was very interesting. What we can do is we can just have a quick look at it for those that have not seen it, and we can just have a quick read through. It is something that is going to be the top story on Unseen, But there's no point like just not talking about it because it is probably the big talking point today. So if we just whoosh over momentarily, I've got it up on screen. So here, if we click on it, there we go. So this has come from Vince. I mean, there's nothing else written apart from this right here, right? He said, I don't regret participating in this Netflix documentary, which obviously shows where we're going with this statement, right? If you start a statement going, I don't regret like being in this documentary, probably implies that this documentary is not going to paint you in a good light, right? The producers had an opportunity to tell an objective story about my life and the incredible business that I built, which were equally filled with excitement, drama, fun, and I really like this, a fair amount of controversy and life lessons, right? So he's saying that he built a business and it was equally filled, I'm guessing he means the journey, right? With excitement, drama, fun, controversy. I mean, there certainly was. There's no way, even Vince can't say there wasn't controversy. And life lessons. And I think that's a really interesting, that's one of the lines that really stuck with me. Forget what's happening right now with Vince. Move that to one side, right? The reason why I say move that to one side is because the impression that I get and what I've heard is that this is a hit piece and that this is not going to paint Vince in a good light. And I don't think they mean only the end. I don't think they mean that it's going to be a documentary, normal like documentary talking about the controversies, whatever. And then we get to the very end and then we talk about Janelle Grant, right? And what's happened, because we've got to. I get the impression this is going to paint a picture that Vince was a bad person, right? Throughout his life, basically, right? And it's going to like talk about lots of controversies like in every episode. I think that I can understand where Vince is coming from here. I can understand why he is frustrated with this, because I suppose my expectation was that we were going to go in and we were going to be quite balanced with stuff until we got to the end. And then at the end, you can still be balanced, but the end is obviously the biggest thing because that is what has brought him down. You can talk about all the other controversies, like Owen Hart passing away, like the Ring Boy scandal, right, in the early 90s with Pat Patterson and all of that, the steroid trial, right? There's lots, Rita Chatterley, you could even mention her, like there's lots of stuff that's happened, but none of it brought him down. None of it resulted in him like having to exit the business. And there's different reasons for that, right? But it finally went the way that it went in 2022, right? So I felt like we would tell the stories throughout the documentary. I felt it would be I thought it would be balanced, and then we get to the end, and then maybe that won't be as balanced because that is what brought him down. And because it's not resolved at the moment, we don't know. I mean, obviously, if it turns out, listen, if this thing goes to court and somehow he gets found innocent, I mean, it's hard to fathom. But imagine he gets found innocent. This documentary and the tone of it would be completely different. So this is where, like, you look at it and you go, I don't think they would have made this documentary and made it a hit piece on him if he's going to be found innocent of these charges. We don't know how he's going to be found. We're 99.9% certain he's going to be found guilty because it doesn't look very good. And I think Netflix have kind of gone that way as well. But I'm really not comfortable with finding someone guilty when I don't have all the facts at all, right? I wasn't there for any of it. Don't know any of it apart from the stuff that's come out, right? I certainly am very uncomfortable around Vince. Certainly, we've spoke about that many, many times. But I do think that this is Well, I don't know. I don't know how fair it is to paint a picture of him in this really negative light when he's never been convicted of anything, and that you can make reasons for that, right? Again, I understand that like there's been payments that's prevented things from going to court, which if they have gone to court, he may have been found guilty, right? I understand it, but at the end of the day, he's still a free man that has never been convicted of anything, and he's been convicted in the court of public opinion. And so I think my expectation was that this would be, you got to talk about the controversies, you got to talk about how uncomfortable everyone is about Vince right now. You can't shy away from that. But I think for it to go harder than that, I don't know. I'm not sure that feels quite right at the moment. So the vibe I get is this is going to be a hit piece pretty much throughout the whole thing. I'm really looking forward to seeing it. I'm going to do a breakdown of each episode. I was tempted to do a live stream, but to be honest, I know that's going to be dull. Because I'm going to have to listen to the whole thing. I mean, I'm just going to have to sit here and listen. And I'd imagine in between the talking, you'd be able to like say the odd thing, but most of the time, I'm going to need to make notes. I'm going to have to listen. I don't think that live stream is the right way forward, but there's 6 episodes. I think they all drop on Wednesday, and I'm interested in kind of looking at each one individually, right? So I think the fact that he says that it's full of life lessons is quite a good way of wording it. I think that's clever because he's admitting that he's made mistakes and he's admitting that he's learnt from them, and it makes you think about mistakes you've made because he's worded it as life lessons that we all learn during our lives, and we can sort of relate to that term. Everyone's made mistakes. I mean, clearly we're not talking about things that you're going to get arrested for, right? I mean, anything that you're going to get arrested for is beyond what I would imagine most of us have done, right? But we've all made mistakes of varying degrees, right? So I kind of thought that was worded quite interesting, and I wondered if that was, I mean, this whole thing has been checked by a lawyer. I've no doubt about that. But I wondered if that was him or if that was the lawyer that said about putting life lessons in there. Because once I'd read all of it, that was the bit that stuck with me after. So he says, unfortunately, based on an early partial cut that I've seen, this doc falls short, and it takes the predictable path of conflating the Mr. McMahon character with my true self, Vince. The title and the promos alone make that evident. So he's saying that the way they're portraying him is that he lives his life as the Mr. McMahon character rather than the Vince character that, to be honest, I don't know that we have massively seen. It's so hard to know if he is that Mr. McMahon character or if it's a case that there is a Vince that we haven't seen and that the Mr. McMahon character was a character, you know? It's hard, and I think it's very hard for wrestling fans to, in their minds, separate the Mr. McMahon character with Vince, because that's the only version that they've ever seen. When they've seen Vince, all they've ever seen is the Vince that comes walking down with the big walk, gloating about money, being the Mr. McMahon character. And I think most fans, that's what they think of Vince. That's the Vince they know. But I don't know that is the true Vince. I mean, you know, there is a Vince that's also a husband and a Vince that's a father. And there's a Vince that's a grandfather. And just like everybody, he's going to have different facets to his personality. I'm not trying to defend him. I know it might sound like I am. I'm not trying to defend him. I'm just trying to say that for me, I'm really looking forward to the documentary. I wouldn't have gone hard on Vince. I would have presented all of the controversies and then allowed the viewer to make their own mind up. Sort of seems like this documentary might be sort of telling the viewer what they should think, rather than allowing the viewer to make their own mind up, which I could understand why Vince is frustrated if that is the case. So he said a lot has been misrepresented or left out entirely in an effort to leave viewers intentionally confused. The producers use typical editing tricks without context footage and dated sound bites to distort the viewer's perception and support a deceptive narrative. I think that's interesting as well. Dated sound bites. So things that might have been true yesterday that don't ring true today. Things that you may have said in the past that you no longer support or feel because people change, people evolve, people, you know, I'm not the same person I was, 10 years ago. Well, I mean, in lots of ways I am, but not in every way, There's plenty of music that I didn't like back then, or shows, or, things I didn't like back then, wouldn't given it time, that I really enjoy now. I think we all mature and evolve. And I don't know. I mean, it's very hard to put that into context, isn't it? Because we've not seen the documentary yet. But I'm so looking forward to looking for these dated sound bites and looking at this footage that's out of context. And I suppose making my own mind up. I really do try to look at things level-headed. I really don't try to just get told what to believe. I like to make my own mind up. And I think that comes across as quite confusing for some people, because some people are just on the Vince's the devil train, and that's it, and you will never change people's minds on that. My opinion is that I think Vince did what he needed to do in business to get WWE where it is. I think if ever he did cross that line, I am very uncomfortable with the fact that it definitely looks like he has. But without a conviction, I don't feel comfortable convicting him, because I'm just some boomer in the UK that has never even met the man. Never even met the guy. Never met the guy. I've never spoke to the guy. I've never been in a room with the guy. Who am I to say if he's guilty of these things? I ain't no one. But I would extend that to everyone else as well, because we're all just having to go off the bits and scraps of information that we've got, and that in no way is any kind of full story. So don't know. I like to think myself as level-headed, and sometimes that's, I think, can come across a bit wrong, like I'm trying to defend him, but I'm not. I'm just trying to keep an open mind, really. Listen, if he gets found guilty, and I think he will, then my tone changes, because all of a sudden then I don't have any doubt, because a court of law has listened to all the facts and all the evidence, and they will find him guilty if they do. And all of a sudden then there is no need to be level-headed, because he's gone through the process. He's gone through the process. He's gone through the court system, the legal system, which I do put faith in. And if he's found guilty, this is a very different conversation. But it's worth stressing, he has not been found guilty of anything at this point. So at the moment, we're still in this kind of pre-trial stage, aren't we? In an attempt to further their misleading account, the producers use a lawsuit that was based on an affair that I ended as evidence that I am, in fact, Mr. McMahon. I hope the viewer will keep an open mind and remember that there are two sides to every story. I really can't wait for this. I really can't wait for this. I think this is something that is going to be really interesting, really insightful. I hope it's insightful. I actually am not that interested in the controversies. That's not what I want to watch for, because I feel like I'm aware of all the controversies, and a lot of those have been covered in like Dark Side of the Ring and stuff like that. For me, I'm actually more interested in digging into other stuff, like, what was going to happen at different shows. Why did you get behind certain people? Like, why were certain people pushed? What plans did you have? What were the initial plans for certain shows? And I suppose in a way, the documentary I want is probably not the documentary we're going to end up getting. The documentary I want is a true history of WWE from Vince's perspective. That's the documentary I want, because that's a documentary that I think is going to have great historical importance, to sit down with the man that created the WWE that we know now and actually go through the history and talk about, well, if this hadn't happened, who would you have gone with? What was your plan for this? Why didn't you pursue this? What was it about this you didn't like? What was going on in the meeting rooms during this time? What, you know, blah, 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 blah. I mean, imagine all of that throughout the history of WWE. You could do an episode on the 80s, an episode on the 90s, an episode on the 2000s, an episode on the 2010s. Just break it down in 10-year chunks. 10-year chunks, an hour on each one, and just give me as much information as you've got in your flipping brain. That's the documentary I want. But that's not the documentary we're going to get. The documentary we're going to get is going to be based on Vince, and there'll be bits in there about the history of WWE, but I feel like it's just going to be going really heavy into the controversies, and I think it's going to paint Vince as this awful person, which he could be. He could be, right? He really could be. And I just don't know that I'm going to learn anything. I don't know that there's anything there that I'm going to come away from it feeling like it was a worthwhile watch, you know? That's what I want. I want to come away from this documentary feeling like that was worth watching, man. That was something that I really am glad I watched. And I just get the feeling I'm going to come away from it and it's going to feel like a 6-hour Dark Side of the Ring full of stuff that I already know and I've already seen. And I'm going to come away from it going, I ain't learned anything there. Other than the people that made this documentary really don't like Vince. That's what I think I'm going to come away from. So, yeah, lots of stuff to talk about with that one. We're actually going to touch on it in Unseen, but clearly we're not going to talk about it in as such depth as that. But lots of different thoughts from people, I'm sure, on that one. Right, did I miss any super chats? Let's have a quick little look and make sure we're up to speed with... Oh, God, we did, yes. Leon says, hello. And then we got a full red circle. Leon, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. Smoke E. Diglera, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're well as well. So, Leon and Smoke, welcome, welcome, welcome. Millennial said, Paul Ellerin, please bring Rocco back. Oh my God. I didn't think I'd ever see the day where someone was hoping for Rocco to return, to be honest. But yeah, for those that don't know, Rocco was like this doll that was kind of used as a mascot for Legion of Doom. My understanding that it was a something for kids. It was a way of making Legion of Doom a bit more accessible. So, but it was awful. It was really awful. You see him at WrestleMania. I want to say he's at WrestleMania 8. There was a weird little promo that they did at WrestleMania 8 for Legion of Doom. Never really gets spoke about. If you want to see Rocco, I'm sure he was in that. And they even made a figure of him, Mattel. You can get a little Rocco figure, which is pretty wild. Dean said, hello, Daze. Hello, Dean. I've got an interesting thought. Let's go. What if the brother comment isn't about Bray at all, but instead is an invite to Curtis Axel, since he and Bo had a team before? I mean, I would say that would be a bit out there. I'm trying to think why that doesn't, because my gut feeling is no. To be honest, my gut feeling is no. And I'm trying to think why my gut feeling is no. And I think it might be like that we see you. If you need us, we'll be there kind of a thing. It's sort of implying that someone is in trouble. It's sort of implying that someone's going through like a difficult pet spell. And like, I don't know that that's Curtis Axel. I don't know that. I mean, he is out of WWE, but I haven't even seen him wrestling. I don't even know if he wrestles anymore. So certainly there's no rumors that he's signed with WWE. I mean, listen, had there been a rumor that Curtis Axel had re-signed with WWE and we were potentially looking to use him somewhere, definitely. Then I would be like, yeah, because he's back in the company and this could be a landing spot for him, and like then it would make sense. But I think the fact that I'm not aware that he wrestles anymore. People might tell me he's in TNA now, but I don't believe he is. But certainly the fact that he's not under a WWE contract, there's been no rumors of even any interest or anything, just makes me think that that would be completely out of nowhere. And actually, when they were at the B team, you're going back a good 5 years now. I mean, you're going back to like 2019. Bo hadn't been in WWE since 2019. So you're going back like before the pandemic now. You're going back quite a long way. There's going to be a lot of fans that got into WWE. I mean, there's obviously a lot of kids that watch WWE. There's going to be a lot of people that watch WWE that just won't even know who Curtis Axel is in 2024. So I think it's an interesting theory. It's one that I've never considered. But without any rumors or teases of Curtis coming in, I think Braun definitely fits better. I think Braun is the one that definitely feels like, because he's in WWE and he's having a real struggle with Bronson Reed, and they're having these massive fights and there's walls getting broken and cars being broken, and do you know what I mean? Like, it's pretty epic stuff. You could understand right now why I could understand why Wyatt Sicks are offering Braun help. I don't know why they keep offering it. I don't know why, like, there's a few different ways that it gets communicated. But I could understand why they're like, look, if you need us, we're here. I don't know about Curtis with that. But it's a very interesting theory and not one that I had considered. I just don't think that is where we're going. But I tell you what, Dean, if it does go that way, then you have definitely called it. Because I ain't seen no one else predicting that. I haven't seen anyone else predicting that. So if it does go that way and this thing does lead to Curtis Axel, then I think literally everyone will remember that you predicted it. It's a big swing for the fences. That's what I would say this theory is. It's a big swing. It's a go big or go home kind of a theory. It's an all or nothing. It's a I'll die in a blaze of glory type theory where, like, it feels a bit bonkers, but if it comes off, you're gonna just look like flipping Nostradamus. You're gonna look like the king of predictions if this one comes off, because there's no rumor or anything about Curtis Axel. No word on the street that he's coming in. There's been no teases of him in Nightbirds. There's been literally nothing. Literally nothing. And considering, like, Braun was in the Wyatt family before, and considering we know that Alexa's coming back, like, those two, you can understand why it would be one of those that's teased. Considering we're done with American Maids and we might be looking for a new target, you could understand why a new target might be teased. Like, all of those are, like, realistic. And Curtis is realistic because, you know, he's got a history with Bo, and, you know, he could still come back, but there's just absolutely nothing around that. Nothing around it whatsoever, so I like your way of thinking. I like the fact that you've presented something that no one else has presented. I like that. We'll see. We'll see if it goes that way, Dean. It's a big swing. Is it going to be a swing and a miss? We'll find out. Brandon said, if you had to ask Vince one question, what would it be? If I had to ask Vince one question, what would I ask him? I would... That's a really great question, you know. That's a really great question. If I could ask Vince one question, what would it be? What's the one wrestler that you wish you could have really got behind and pushed more and maybe made them a world champion if they never did that, or make them a multiple champion if they did win it once? but who's the one wrestler that you wish that you had been able to get more out of? And, you know, ideally, was there plans in place? Or, you know, tell me, like, I suppose, what would have changed WWE the most, you know? I mean, that's probably a separate question, isn't it? But that's what I want from the documentary. Like, for example, would he answer that with Rowdy Roddy Piper? Would he say, like, you know, had Piper have not left to go and do films at WrestleMania 3, you know, I would have looked for him to have had I don't think he would. I mean, Hulkamania was running wild at that point, so I don't think that Piper was really ever in the mix to be champion. So I don't think Piper would be the answer. But this is my point. Like, would he say Piper? Would he say British Bulldog? Because it definitely felt like Davey could have won a world title. And I was always confused as a kid why he didn't. And then, you know, you find out that he had loads of demons backstage. There was loads of reasons as to why you could never make him a world champion. So, you know, would it be Roddy Piper? Would it be the British Bulldog, Davey Boy Smith? Should it have been Jake the Snake Roberts? Does he wish that it was Diesel, you know? Does he wish that he had got more out of Diesel? Does he regret losing Kevin Nash to WCW? You know, would the NWO have been what they were if Kevin Nash wasn't involved? What about Scott Hall? Does he wish that he had found a way of getting more out of Scott Hall and made Scott Hall a world champion? Maybe Scott Hall could have ran with the belt in the mid-90s and been in the mix with Brett and Shawn. You know, could it have been one of those guys? Could it have been someone during the Attitude Era? I feel like most people had a go during the Attitude Era, to be honest. I feel like our main event scene was pretty stacked. So I felt like everyone had a bit of a run with the belt at that time. But does he wish he had got more out of Batista? You know? Is Batista the great missed opportunity? Does he wish that we had got more there? Does he wish he had got more out of Kane? Does he look back now and think, actually, I really dropped the ball with Kane because I had an opportunity to have a new Undertaker? And, you know, really, he gets a few good years out of Kane, I would say. I would say once we get out of the Attitude Era, Kane, for me, is pretty much, you know, the impact of that character is pretty much gone. So, you know, does he look at Kane as the great missed opportunity? So that would be the first question that would come to my mind. What's the wrestler that you wish you had been able to get more out of? How do you think you would have got, or what would that have looked like, you know? Could we have had a new face of the company? You know, could it have actually been Batista that had a real run? And, you know, had he have been a bit more charismatic, maybe, then maybe Batista had the look to be like Brock. You know, could it have been someone like that? I don't know what his answer would be. I kind of like that. I like not knowing what his answer would be. That kind of really intrigues me. So I really like that question. The other question that I was kind of similar was, you know, what moment would have changed WWE, but like the most, but never quite happened? I think he might have said the steroid trial for that, to be honest. The steroid trial, so for those that don't know, in the early 90s, we've spoke about it before, the government were under the impression that Vince was supplying steroids to the wrestlers to make them big. And obviously steroids are illegal. So if Vince is supplying illegal drugs to the wrestlers, bye-bye. Off to prison you go, right? I mean, this was a big case. Massive. Like, it was on news. It was a massive deal. And it changed WWE. Because before the steroid trial, wrestlers were on steroids, right? They were. Hogan was. Like, all these big jack guys in the 80s were big jack guys because they were on steroids. And so as soon as the steroid trial happens, like 92, then all of a sudden Vince is like, there can be no steroids. The government cannot find steroids in this company. If they do, I'm screwed, right? So there is like the wellness policy that really kicks in from like that point, you know, where there's testing. Before, you know, there might have been tests before, but to be honest, if you failed them, no one cared. It was about how you looked. But what the steroid trial found was that Vince didn't supply the wrestlers with steroids. I think there could have been a lot more done to get steroids out of wrestling. You can definitely argue that Vince was not proactive in getting steroids out of wrestling. He became a lot more proactive after, but he was not guilty of supplying the wrestlers with steroids. Had he have been found guilty, he would have gone to prison. And there was a plan in place where I think it was Jim Barnett was going to take over. And so we would have had a completely different booker from the early 90s. There would have been a completely different booker in charge of WWE. And I don't know how long he would have got. I don't know how long, I'm sure he would have appealed. But, you know, he could have been out of the game for, well, who knows, 5 years, 8 years, 10 years. I don't know what he would have got. But imagine if Vince did get 7 years in 92, wouldn't be out until 99 or 2000. You wouldn't have had the start of the Attitude Era. God only knows what WWE would have done. God only knows how that company would have fared during that period. And God only knows if it would still be here. So I think if you was to ask him what moment that didn't happen would have changed the company like the most, I think he would say if he had been found guilty for the steroid trial and then wouldn't be around to kickstart the Attitude Era. I think that would be his answer. I don't know. I can't answer for him, but that would be my guess. But the other one is obviously quite interesting about what star do you wish you could have pushed more. Good, some really good conversations. Right, I know that we're sticking on the topics quite long, but when there's so much to dig into and so much to talk about, I don't want to just quickly run off the topics, you know. So, love that. Alex said that promo of him and Bo impersonating Bray and Matt Hardy during their feud, that was classic. That always pops up in my thoughts randomly, said Alex. So, yeah, that was B-Team that did that. B-Team were the ones that impersonated Bray and impersonated Matt Hardy, and it was good. It was a lot of fun. Ratings have come in for SmackDown, and it is 1.494, so we're looking at about 1.5, which is in line with expectation. So that's, we knew that 1.7 for the debut, the premiere, was going to be a high number compared to what the normal number would look like. It's come in at 1.5. I think they will want that up. If that is going to be the average rating, I think they're definitely going to want to find a way of increasing that. And that's a real shame, isn't it? Because I thought they had some decent stuff on the show. I mean, there was a lot of praise for that Roman Cody segment, but I don't think they really communicated what that segment was going to look like. We knew that Roman and Cody would be face-to-face and it would be a vignette, but I don't think people were expecting it to be as long or as epic or as cinema as what it actually was. So I think part of the secret with, building a show, booking a show, promoting a show, is really putting stuff in front of people that they really want to see. Like, oh my God, that's going to be unmissable. I don't know that the pre-taped Roman Cody face-to-face, which could have easily been all of 30 seconds, a minute, could have been like a quick little throwaway thing, turned out to be like a big segment. I don't know that really felt that way to people. I went into the show going, yeah, that'll be interesting, but it wasn't like this massive, oh my God, been building towards, this is where things are really going to get interesting. It was not that. It turned out to be an amazing segment, but we didn't go into it kind of all giddy. So I think that they need to look at that. They need to find a way of putting in some stuff that's like, yeah, man, can't miss this Friday because... And get some stuff in there that's really like, yeah, this is going to be unmissable. I mean, it turned out to be unmissable because it was a fantastic segment. But as I said, I think they could have done a better job of promoting it and actually getting word out there. So 1.49 is what we are looking at for SmackDown. And that's probably, hopefully, the average going forward. Hopefully we don't drop any further from there. TJF has just tagged me in this. Look, this is a this is Rocco. So there he is. Just don't get it, man. Yeah, there he is at SummerSlam 92 on the front of the bike. I never got this. I never understood this. This is around the time that I'm starting to watch. I never understood it. Never got it. Even to me, when I was a kid, I looked at this and I was like, "This just doesn't work. I don't know why we're doing it. This isn't right for LOD. Some sort of weird flipping puppet. I didn't get it." That could be Lily's boyfriend, couldn't it? Thinking about it, if Lily ever returns, then Paul Ellerin's around, so he looks the same as well, doesn't he? Apart from like the beard now being grey, maybe the hair being a bit thinner, he pretty much looks exactly the same. Considering, and the puppet will look the same as well. Considering how old Paul Ellering, he's still in WWE. Well, I say still in. He went away for like flipping 30 years. But yeah, he came back with the Authors of Pain. They brought him back with the Authors of Pain. And obviously he's still with them now. He's in the Final Testament now. In fact, he did some weird boomer stuff, which I... Did I put it in... Did I put it in members, the weird boomer thing? No, I didn't. It might have been too weird and boomery to go in members. Oh, there it is. This is him now. Same bloke. Brothers and sisters, I have returned from the mountain. The winter of despair has arrived. The epoch of the cross is knocking. Chaos equals change equals goods. Throwback Thursday, is that maybe? TFT? Drinks from the well. Oh, the Final Testament. In my mind, TFT is like Throwback Tuesday, Throwback Thursday, but it's probably the Final Testament. Drinks from the well of lost souls. AOP, bleed pain. Praise be. Hallelujah. There we go. I mean, you got to say, you know, Boomer's putting the work in, isn't he? Hey? Boomer's putting the work in. So, there he is, tipping out some water with some weird stick. If this was his permanent look, it would be pretty cool, wouldn't it, actually? If that's kind of how he dressed. I could kind of vibe with that. I think a lot of people could maybe get with it, but, I don't know, yeah. Doing some weird stuff at the moment, Paul Ellering. Maybe something to keep an eye on. He has done a few things like this in the past, never quite this far. But something to keep an eye on. I did have this in Unseen. But there we go. Boomer. Right, boom. Lisa said, I would say that Triple H has been doing a great job. Would you say he is at his peak now? Or would we have to be patient to see him improve? I think that's hard, isn't it? Because I think it really depends on how you are enjoying the product at the moment. I personally think that the show is in a good place. Do I think the shows could be better? Yes, I do. I think they could be better because, I mean, straight away you look at SmackDown and you go, well, that could be better. You look at Cody's title reign and you go, well, that could be better. You know, I look at like how Money in the Bank has been booked the past few years and I go, well, that could be better. You know, there's definitely, you know, maybe you even look around the mid cards. I mean, I think that Braun as IC champion is fine. LA Knight as US champion is fine. But if you kind of look around the mid card, there's not all this. There's some great wrestlers that are, you know, climbing that ladder. But I don't know that we're drowning in people that are really knocking on that world championship door, you know? I sort of, well, it's difficult, isn't it? Because I feel like there's actually a lot that are knocking on the door. So much so, I don't really count them as mid-carders anymore, like Jey Uso. I suppose he's a mid-carder because today he's going for the mid-card belt, but he feels bigger than a mid-carder, doesn't he? And I feel like Finn Balor, who should have had so many more world title reigns than what he's had, I don't really like to classify him as a mid-carder, but I suppose in a way he is a mid-carder. Sami Zayn, someone that I'm really looking to be world champion. I don't like to class him as a mid-carder, but I suppose he is. He's never been world champion, so maybe that's not quite correct, what I just said. Perhaps there are a lot of mid-carders that are knocking on the door. I just don't like looking at them as being mid-carders, because in my mind, they all deserve better. Finn Balor deserves better. Sammy deserves better. You know, these are people that should have achieved more. Kevin Owens should have achieved more. I suppose in a way you could make an argument that he is a mid-carder right now. So maybe that's not quite true. Perhaps it's my perception of people not wanting to see them as mid-carders when in actual fact they are. You know, by definition, Jey is going for the mid-card title tonight. That must mean that right now he's a mid-carder. So I do look at certain bits, maybe those frustrations with how some of that talent has been used. Maybe frustrations with how Shinsuke has been used. Maybe frustrations with how the tag division is being booked. You know, if we had a stronger tag division, a more vibrant tag division, a tag division that consistently put on banging matches, maybe we don't need two tag champs. Perhaps what we need to do is put the whole division onto one show and, like, you know, really give them time and make sure that they have banging matches and really kind of build the division up that way. I don't know if that would help. I'm just saying that I think the tag division could be in a better place. I think the Money in the Bank booking is not great. I hated the Theory cash-in. I hated the Drew cash-in. I hated both of those. I didn't mind Damien with his cash-in. That was okay. I didn't mind that. But consistently, I would say that the Money in the Bank booking has been like worse than good. Like, you know, it could be better. And I definitely look at Cody's title reign. I think that could be better. So yeah, I think there is definitely another level to go to. I think there's definitely a lot of SmackDowns that we watch where we're like, oh, you know, that was fine, but it's still not clicking, you know? But Raw, I think, is in a good place. I'm excited for Raw. I think we could be getting more out of the Wyatt Sicks as well, but in all fairness, it's still early for them. So I'm not really, it's not a problem. We've brought them in. I sort of feel like there's a few things I can have a little grumble about. Again, it's not them. It's their booking. It's their booking. Like, I really don't like the fact that American maids are just not bothered. I hate the fact that they've had a feud with the Wyatt Sicks and they're just putting out vignettes where they're showing off the guns and bragging and still being douches, you know? No lessons have been learned. I just don't like that. I don't think that's a good message. I feel like if you tangle with the Wyatt Sicks, well, first of all, you shouldn't want to. And if you do, it doesn't need to change you. But it would be nice if when they're mentioned, you're like, I don't want to talk about that. You know, it's traumatic. It would be nice if it was traumatic for you to deal with the Wyatt Sicks. And there was none of that. There was no sign of that. If anything, they're like talking about how they're moving on from the masked freaks and stuff like this. And it's like, that's not how I would have booked it. So I find little bits like that, just little annoyances, quite frustrating, to be honest. Some people might have a problem with the women's division. I think the Liv Rhea story has been really good. Maybe it's outstayed its welcome a touch, but it's been really good, hasn't it? I mean, they've really done a great job with that. Maybe the Nia story on SmackDown's not as good. You know, I don't think Bayley really reached much or achieved much after Damage Control. That could have been better. I think Nia is fine to be champion, but the story we're telling there at the moment is not the most exciting in the world. So, but again, it's on SmackDown. I think SmackDown in general could be booked better. Bloodline could have been built a bit better. Yeah, I think there's quite a bit when you sit down and you kind of go through a list of like, I'd change that, I'd tweak that, that should have been stronger. I think you could come up with a laundry list of things that could be improved. But if you get out of the weeds and you get out of like the little nitpick stuff, you got to say that the big picture is great. You got the big picture right now. I mean, we are eating so good. WrestleMania was fantastic. Build for WrestleMania was one of the best I've seen in many years. Rock being back around massively helped. Cody finishing the story was fantastic. CM Punk coming back at the end of last year. The Liv Rhea story, I think, has been brilliant. Just loads. There's been loads of really good stuff this year. So yeah, I mean, he's doing great. He really is. Could he do better? Undoubtedly. And there's a little list of things that I think he could have done better at. But I think there would always be a list of things that you could do better at. I don't know that you're ever going to put on perfect show after perfect show after perfect show. Like, I don't even know if that's possible. It probably is. But I don't know that it's achievable. Like, I'm sure it is possible. But I don't know. There's too many moving parts for it to maybe be achievable. But I gotta say, he's doing fantastic. I think he's doing a brilliant job. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing but a big thumbs up. Let's not get it twisted. I think it's a big thumbs up. But I also think in the same breath, it could be better. Days for PR team, burying SmackDown performance again. With another shady tweet saying that college football was up 81%. They are kicking WWE, despite WWE on the last episode thanking Fox for an amazing 5 years, says Big Time. I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, I don't think wrestling fans are really paying it any attention. I mean, if they want to gloat about how well their show is doing in that time slot, that's up to Fox, isn't it? You know? Good for them. I mean, equally, we can look at like, well, how long have you got that program for? What is the cost compared to the viewership? What does that ratio look like of how much you're spending compared to how many viewers you're getting? What does that ratio look like in comparison to the SmackDown ratio of viewers to cost? You know, is it, you know, that would be interesting. I mean, it's one thing to shout about a metric that you want to shout about. Everyone does it, you know, everyone shouts about and highlights the good things, and maybe they don't highlight the bad things. So, you know, listen, if they want to do that, that's up to them. I don't really take it so much as shade, to be honest. I take it more that the company is kind of promoting their successes, which is what they should be doing. Like, every network is trying to get viewers, trying to show that they are the place to be. So I don't think they're just putting it out to throw shade at WWE. I think they're probably putting it out to show, like, you need to be watching our channel because, you know, we're up 80-odd%. This is, you know, the biggest increase in the industry at the moment. And, you know, if they want to shout about that, it's up to them. It's fine. I mean, I've moved on. I'm sure WWE have moved on. You know, the focus for WWE now is you're at that 1.5, which is a number that we were expecting. So we said that we thought it would be about 1.7, 1.8, and it was. And then we said we think it will go down because obviously the premiere is the premiere, and it has. So, I mean, it's right in line with what we were expecting. So if we were expecting it, I got to think WWE were expecting it. But I also don't think they're going to want to go any lower than where we are right now. They're not going to want to drop any lower. They're not going to want to go below 1.5. Because Raw goes to that kind of 1.4, 1.5 range sometimes. And that is, you know, that's a panic station, really. That is when we're hitting all-time lows, and that's when we don't like it, right? I mean, we want to pick it up from there. So, same has to be true with SmackDown, that we don't want that getting below that kind of 1.5 level. But so for me, the focus is that. I don't give a flip what Fox say. Doesn't matter to me at all. I'm really not bothered. The focus for WWE is how do we make sure that that number at least stays where it is. than, you know, what Fox are talking about. Those days are behind us. Now we've moved on. Let's go down. Daze, I've tagged you in some new WWE news. Mick Foley has signed a new Legends contract, says Marrow. Marrow, thank you, my friends. There's... Lovely. Right, where are we with time? Oh, okay, we've still got half an hour. Okay. David, shout out to you, buds. David said, what if the 1A from the QR code wasn't Alexa? What if it was the initials of the group, the 5 of them? Then 1A means their target is 1A, which would be American made. Alpha Academy wasn't long after we got CG. I mean, I don't feel like that's what we were communicating. Because if you was teasing American made, that's 2 words, so you would go AM. Plus also, they indicated who they were going after with the initials on the book. So they already told us they were going after CG, which was Chad Gable. And actually, it was... I don't... Was the name even around at that point? I don't even think American Maids was even around. So, I don't know that the group existed. I think that name came into existence after that, or way after that URL. I mean, I think that group came into existence after we had debuted. And that URL was much earlier in Nightbirds. So I don't think that that was indicating a target, because if you was going to indicate who you're going to go after and it was American made, you would have said AM. But in actual fact, in a different clue, they already told us they were going after CG. So they didn't say American made there. They said it was Chad they were interested in. So if that was going to be the target, I think it would have been CG. I think that it would have been 1CG. If they were teasing who we were going to go after. Or maybe 1C for Chad Gable. All the other ones are like first names, aren't they? So maybe it would have just been C for Chad's. So I don't think so. Plus there are rumours, but maybe these rumours came from the URL. I don't know. But there are rumours that Alexa's coming in. She is expected to be part of the group, and she is going to be playing a darker character. Like, those are rumours. But again, is that from sources that actually know something? Or are those from sources that have looked at the URL and gone, oh, that definitely feels like it's teasing Alexa? It's very hard to know the shady world of wrestling journalism. Because I gotta be honest, I think there is a lot of that happens in wrestling journalism. I think there's a lot of people that look at theories and they look at rumors and they represent that as fact. Because think of the pressure that you're under every day to deliver new news. Like, if you're a Sean Ross, I'm not saying Sean's done that. Right, I'm not saying that at all. But I'm just saying, look at a Sean Rossap, look at a PW Insider, look at a Zero News, look at a whoever, right? All these different people that put news out, right? The pressure to find new information every day is, you know, that's your livelihood is depending on that. So it really would not shock me if there was occasions where these wrestling journalists do kind of look at something that feels like it's a theory, but a very concrete theory, and they present it as like, yeah, this is the way this is going, right? Because chances are they're going to be correct. Chances are they're going to be correct. If you look at something like that URL and you go, I think the 1A stands for Alexa, all the other initials are the first letter of someone that's in the group, and then you've got 1A, and we know Alexa's under contract, and we know she's coming back from pregnancy, and we know that she's back in training, right? You can look at that and you can put the pieces together and you can go, Alexa. So then you can sort of put a story out like, yeah, Alexa's going to come back. Alexa's coming back. She will be, we don't know if she'll be in the group, but she's certainly going to interact with the group. All of a sudden, you can put that out. And if you've got a bit of a name, you can get some clicks, you can get some views, and you can really tick that day off, you know. That's Tuesday done. On we go. And then, like, do something else on Wednesday, something else on Thursday. And at some point, you'll get some actual news. You'll get something from a source if you are, you know, someone that's connected. And so then that sorts out the rest of your week. So it's very hard. I mean, what I would say is I don't think that's what's happened. I don't think it's an indicator of the target. I'm still leaning towards that it is teasing that Alexa is going to be... I don't know that she's in the group, but I think that she is... Well, she's always going to be connected to the group, isn't she? You know, she's commented that she doesn't want to be the goddess anymore. She's obviously got very strong connections with Bray. Last time we saw her, she was involved with Uncle Howdy. It's kind of hard to see her coming back and not being involved with the group in some way, even if she's on a different brand and, you know, she acts a little weird sometimes. You know, even that would be enough for people to go, oh, have you seen that? Have you seen that? She's definitely hearing the words of the red, you know? I mean, it would be absolutely nothing. It would need to be nothing for people to see connections, right? Because those connections are just so strong. She could just pause and sort of look off in the distance. That would be enough. That would be enough. She could be doing her own thing and just do that once in a while. That would be enough for people to say that that's a connection. She's acting strange. She's hearing the words of the red. So on, so on, so on. So I sort of feel like she will come back, whether she'll be in the group, whether she'll be on the same brand, whether she'll be doing her own thing. But I still think that there'll be connections found, right? So I think, like, they were teasing her involvement. But, yeah, well, that's an interesting thought. Again, it's one of those that I've not heard before. I kind of feel like most people are on board with the A being Alexa. I have heard the theory that the A might represent angel. As in, like, these are the 5 living souls, and then we've got 1 angel in the group as well. That angel being Bray. But that's not a theory that I subscribe to. I don't think they would do that. I don't think that's how they would word it. But, again, it's guesswork, isn't it? It could be that the A stands for the initial target, but I would just go, I don't think American Made were around when that URL dropped. So if it was to stand for something, I think it might stand for Alpha Academy, but it wasn't Alpha Academy they had the problem with. It was Chad, and that showed in the initials that were on that journal, which then makes me think that if it was to be a target, it would have been C for Chad rather than A. But interesting. I'm sure you've got people thinking on that one, but as this is what I like about the conversations we have, is that even if some of these theories are not theories that I'm like, yeah, I definitely think that's the one, still talking about them and exploring them is fun to do. But also you will get people to look at things in different ways, and ultimately it could prove that you're correct. I mean, you can't rule that out. It might ultimately prove that that was right, you know. But you are also getting people to reassess different things, look at things in different ways, and there's real value to that, rather than just accepting what the lead-in theory is all the time. Questioning things is a good thing to do. So, David, shout out to you. Love it. Uncle Donk said, hope all is well, Daze. Do we see Roxanne on the main roster in 2025? Anyone else from NXT? Maybe Oba? I would be surprised if we don't get Tony D'Angelo up, because he's been in NXT for so long that I feel like we need to be making moves with him now, to the point where if he's not up by the end of 2025, I'm really thinking something's drastically gone wrong. So I'd look at someone like Tony D'Angelo and the family as someone that I think maybe you don't bring the family up with him straight away, because the Riz needs more work, Luca needs more work. I think you could bring up Tony and Stacks, though. Tony and Stacks, I think, would be fine on the main roster and would give you some interesting new characters to play with. Oba, yeah, I mean, the only thing with Oba is he's big, he's still a bit green. His matches are very much improving. His promos are good, but I just sort of feel with Oba that you just hopefully keep working with him and just keep improving him. It's that old adage, isn't it? I've said before, like, you don't have to be the finished article, you just have to be good enough. It's like your driving test in the UK. I remember going for my driving test and, you know, there was nerves, because everyone has nerves when they go for their driving test. It's one of those kind of big life moments. And I always remember my instructor saying that to me. He's like, look, you've just got to remember, they don't expect you to be perfect. This is why in the UK, I don't know if it's the case in America, but in the UK on your driving test, you are allowed like quite a few minor mistakes. If you don't like check your mirror at a certain point, it's not an instant fail, right? I mean, obviously, if you like, you know, if you're driving for a bit and you haven't checked your mirrors for a bit, like they'll give you a minor on that. But if you go back to like checking them again and you're back on doing it, and it was just like a moment of like where you should have done it really, but you didn't, like they'll give it you as a minor, you know? So you are allowed little minor mistakes. I think you're allowed like 12 or something. Minor mistakes. They class minor mistakes, right? You're allowed 12 minor mistakes, things that aren't going to lead to like disaster, you know? I mean, if you don't check your mirrors when you're changing lanes, that's a bit different. But if you're just driving along on an open road and you don't check your mirror for a moment, I'm pretty sure you'd get that as a minor, and you're allowed 12. But what he said to me was, you don't have to be perfect. You just have to be at a standard where you're safe. You just have to be at a standard where you can be allowed out on your own, and we know that you're not going to cause like a massive accident. Like, it's about being at the required level. And I think that's a great way of looking at NXT talent. We're not looking for like them to come out like The Rock. We're not expecting them to emerge as being like, you know, I mean, even John Cena, when he came onto the main roster, was the prototype. He arrived on the main roster far from well-rounded, almost got fired because his gimmick was not working. It was only him rapping at the back of a bus and Steph hearing him rap that then led to the Thugonomics character, which saved his career. And then he went on, of course, to be the John Cena that we know, right? But when he was prototype, he was very close to being done. So again, you know, even some of the all-time greats, they call him the greatest. He did not arrive ready. Like, he did not arrive fully formed, but he arrived good enough to be out there having matches, and hopefully we can work, you know, with him and find what's going to take him to the next level. So I look at like Oba and I'm like, you could say that he's good enough. You could definitely do it, but I don't know. I think the opportunity to work closely with Sean is a real gift, and it might be more beneficial to just keep him there, just keep him working with Sean directly. I mean, I think with Oba, you've got a serious talent. I think with Oba Femi, you've got someone that is a serious talent, someone that could go on to be like a WrestleMania main eventer, could go on to be the next Brock, the next monster, and I don't think there's a rush to bring him up. You could bring him up and he would be okay. Or do you keep him in NXT, keep him working intensely with Shawn Michaels, and hope that we can really unlock like a Jacob type monster, you know, a Jacob Fatu level monster? So Ober, I'm not sure about. You could definitely do it, but if he ended up down there till 2026, that would be fine. Roxanne, I don't think really needs to stay down there. I think her heel run's been fantastic. So Roxanne, I could see coming up, yes. I'm trying to think who else. Tony has been down there a long time. He feels good enough. I don't think he needs to stay down much longer. Stacks would be okay. Stacks would strike me as like a Ludwig Kaiser type character. Someone that's going to come up and take a lot of bumps. But that's all right. The roster needs that. I don't know. That's tricky. I mean, Julia, I don't think I'll be down there long. I'm trying to think of guys, really, more than girls. I'm trying to think of guys. I think Javon is still young. He'll stay down there. Trick, of course. I mean, I don't think we need to wait on Trick. I don't even know what we're doing with Trick. Trick will come up. Yeah, I think there's a few. I don't think we'll struggle. I think we'll have some ready for, well, of course we will. After WrestleMania, we always look to call up a few in the drafts. So we'll definitely get some. So, yeah, those would be a few names that I'd be thinking of. But, again, it's worth just looking at, like, who is good enough, who is safe enough, who is not the fully formed final wrestler, but who is ready for that next step. That's a better way of looking at it. The Six Horror Kingman, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. Appreciate the support. And we have got Superman Bassfisher said, hope all is good. And I hope that everyone enjoys Raw. Same here, bud. Same here. What have we got here? We might be able to see Cena without seeing anything. Tech companies are working on special glasses that will allow you to see John Cena. All right, got you. Dave says, tagging me in this from Ric Flair. Ric Flair 3 hours ago. Wendy and I enjoyed 13 great years. As with every couple, we have experienced our ups and downs. I think it's important for everyone to know right now we've decided to part ways respectfully. I'll never, ever be able to thank her enough for standing by my side. So Ric Flair and his partner have gone on to part ways, unfortunately. Right, Brony said, I'm excited to see what they do with Bronson. He's becoming my favourite part of Raw. He's been brilliant, hasn't he? He has been absolutely brilliant. So, yeah, he is someone that has got a bright future. Daniel said, I know, there goes your title defense. Daniel, hope you are well. When marriage number 5 doesn't work, number 6 is always the charm, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Dale, shout out to you. WWE biggest fan said, Daze, Wickham Wanderers versus Aston Villa in the Cup. Who do we think wins? Probably Villa in it. They're doing really well at the moment. I think they've won every match apart from a game against Arsenal. So, yeah, they're doing really well. Do you know that I'm going to Bad Bloods? Said Ibrahim. No, I did not. I hope you have a great time. I hope you have a great time. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. I wonder how that's happened. So Dave's just tagged me in this here, which is... So Dave, thank you. 15 minutes ago. WWE have issued a DMCA takedown of AEW's Best of Nigel McGuinness video, despite Nigel never working there. This is so effing nasty. So this video contains content from WWE, who has blocked it on copyright grounds. I don't know what that would be, to be honest. I mean, I never saw the video. WWE don't own any Ring of Honor footage because that is owned by Tony Khan. But if there was footage of Nigel working at a, say, I don't know what the deal was with Evolve. But I don't know that he ever worked at Evolve. He did work in WWE, but there's no matches, and there won't have been any footage that AEW will have used. I wonder if that's I wonder if that is a like computer detection error. You know, I wonder, because we know that, you know, there ain't always someone sat there manually doing this. Sometimes it's like software that just matches up, and if it finds a match, then it'll like issue an automatic copyright thing. So I wonder if that's like a computer error, or maybe they are just effing with AEW. But I would be surprised. I'd be surprised, and on something that's only got 48,000 views. I mean, do you know what I mean? We ain't talking about something massive, are we? Don't know. That's a weird one, that, isn't it? It does say this video contains content from WWE, who has blocked it on copyright grounds. So, I don't know, it's a bit strange, that. I can't really explain that one, to be honest. Can't really explain that one, apart from maybe it's a bit of a mistake or something. Right, AEW copyrighted Will Ospreay's own tweet from All In, said James. Well, it looks like everyone's getting shots. I hope all is well, said Angie. Hello, Angie. Angie and Joshua, shout out to you. I saw an article about it possibly being Curtis Axel, and I was intrigued. I still think that it is Braun. Oh, that's in. I've not seen any article about it being Curtis Axel. That was mentioned earlier, actually. That was mentioned by Dean. Talking about maybe the brother comment could be Curtis Axel, but I've not seen that anywhere. I've not seen any rumors that it is, so if anyone's seen that article, I mean, I don't know if that is like an opinion piece or a speculation piece or what kind of piece that is. I've not seen it. I'm just having a little look now. I've just put Curtis Axel in, and I've just put in news, and there's nothing on Google for that. So is that... I don't know what that is. I mean, we spoke about it. I've not seen any rumors of Curtis Axel. To my knowledge, I don't even know that he still wrestles. There's no word of him coming back into WWE. Like, the talk of, like, we see you... When you need us, we will be there. That just really fits Braun to me. Like Curtis doesn't need help. If he needs help finding his way back to WWE, you know? But I don't know that that's something that the company is really looking to do. Curtis was not really a success for WWE. He's not someone that I think Triple H is really necessarily looking to bring back either, so... I don't know, it's not one that fits for me. It's not one that I am thinking that we're teasing. I mean, until it was mentioned earlier, it never even crossed my mind. But even sat here thinking about it, it's not one that really works for me. But listen, just because it doesn't quite fit for me or doesn't quite work for me doesn't mean that's not what it is. I keep saying, like, you have to have an open mind with these things. We know that they've said, haven't they, about don't give answers before hearing the question and, you know, basically jump into conclusions. So I try to not do that. But I think it's right that you have a leading theory. I think it's right that, like, I mean, it would be no point me sitting here going, yeah, I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. You know? Imagine if I answered everything like that. Yeah, I don't know. We'll just see where it goes. I mean, you have to have a lead-in theory, don't you? You have to have something that you're like, well, this is what I think fits best, and this is where I think we are. And that's what we do. We have a theory that fits best. We have something that we believe the clues point to. But yeah, always keep an open mind. Always keep an open mind. Mayor Pete said, Hogan, it don't work for me, brother. Daze, it don't work for me, boomer. Yeah, that could be my new catchphrase, actually, Mayor Pete. I like that. That does work for me, brother. That does work for me. So, I don't mind that at all. I don't mind that at all. Mayor Pete, I hope you're well. I've just had Cody say yeet. Cody has tweeted out yeet. So I don't know if that means that Cody is going to be involved tonight. We've only actually got 4 minutes. Jamie said, what would you all think if Braun was to turn heel? And the reason being why he wasn't a part of the Wyatt Sicks to begin with. Why was he forgotten about? Well, I don't think he was necessarily forgotten about, but I think part of the thing was that he was doing okay. He is someone that was not part of Bray or Howdy, really. Like, the last time he interacted was as an enemy back in 2020, and there was like a whole feud. So, I mean, in storyline, he was kind of on the outs with the group, if you will. So there wasn't a reason for him to come in, like, say, maybe Alexa. You could make an argument, because last time we saw Alexa, Howdy was seemingly trying to recruit her. It is funny to me how a lot of people just go back to WrestleMania 37 when she turned on Bray, and they just ignore everything that happened after. I mean, I don't really understand that. To me, the last time we saw Alexa, Howdy was constantly showing up. He was seemingly constantly trying to recruit her. And actually, we saw her at the Royal Rumble on her knees, having lost to Bianca. And then Howdy appeared on the big screen. And I don't believe he was mocking her. I believe he was presenting her with an alternative way forwards. So, for me, this is why I don't mind if when Alexa comes back, she's part of the group, because I think we had planted some seeds of her, like, joining up with Bray and joining up with Uncle Howdy before she left. I think there were some seeds there. We never fully capitalized on them. So she could come back and be normal. She could come back and explain her absence by the fact that she had actually joined the group and she was part of the group all along. It's just that, you know, we never got round to actually presenting her on TV. So I think we can go either way with Alexa. But with Braun, we need to do work of actually recruiting him, because I feel like we showed a bit of that work with Alexa, but we never showed that work with Braun. So I feel like we need to do a bit of work of, like, recruiting him and bringing him in. Because I think recruiting Nikki and all of that, they didn't have any previous connections, and they were lost and they were struggling. We know that Dexter wasn't getting on TV. We know that Nikki wasn't getting on TV. We know that Rowan wasn't even in the company. Joe Gacy was down in NXT and he was a bit lost. Whereas Braun was on the show and was being used, and all right, could have been used better. But yeah, he was someone that I think, because of his history, we could actually tell a story there of, like, recruiting him. And maybe that is the story that's being told now. Come back to us, brother. We see you, brother. You know, maybe that is the story that's being told right now. So I don't think it's massively weird that he never just came in, like, from the start. You can't really tell that story with Rowan because Rowan's not in the company. So, like, you can't really do it with him. But because Braun was already back in the company, you can do it with him. So that's why I think it's gone the way that it's gone. Right, we have got... We have got the show beginning. The show beginneth. Let's go. Right, I need my headphones on as we are... Wow, look at this. We've got people. Lots of... are they at the merch stands, are they? So we've got people. Lots of signs. Raw is Ontario. We have got Bron Breakker stepping out of a lift. So, Bron Breakker with that Intercontinental Championship. There we go. And we have got Jay Uso as well. EA UFC CAF creator said, who is ready for Monday Night Raw. Hopefully everyone is ready for Monday Night Raw. Okay, well, apparently Drew's going to be joining us live. There is Dom and Liv arriving in a lowrider. Look at that. Look at Dirty Dom arriving. Oh, yes. The Lucha lowrider. I wonder if that's being featured because there is a Mattel car of that now. Mattel have actually made a vehicle of a lowrider, and I think you get Ray with it though, not Dominic. Oh, hello. Oh, why is there a merch stand backstage? There's a merch stand backstage. Is that so the wrestlers can buy their own merch? It's Braun that has just collided into, I'm guessing, Bronson. Yeah, so those two look like they are getting at it, but... Oh, was that the car? That might have been the look. Yeah, there it was. It was right on the table, look. That car that we were talking about. Liv points at it, and Dom actually knocked it on the floor. So, there we go. I think that explains why it was on the show. They didn't do a very good job of showing the Mattel version, though. Dom just knocks it onto the floor, but I'm guessing that's the reason as to why it's existed. And actually, it's Dirty Dom and Liv that are making their way out and down to the ring. Let's go. So, Dom and Liv. Right, they're talking about the revenge tour. Richard said, do we think the Wyatts could attack Bronson and offer him as a gift to Braun? I mean, they could, but I wouldn't go that way because I just think the group are meant to be here to help people that are, you know, overlooked and sort of discarded, undervalued. And it doesn't make much sense to me as to why they would get involved in a fight that's a fair fight. I mean, I know that Braun is, like, struggling. Bronson is struggling as well. They're both struggling with each other, but it's a fair struggle. It's man on man. It's one on one. It's not man against faction. It's not like Braun is outnumbered. So if they were to assist Braun right now, it would feel quite heelish to me. I think if they're going to move, they're going to have to move when it is... when the odds are stacked against Braun and actually he's outnumbered, you know? That's when we're going to have to move. Right, we've got Liv and Dom in the ring. We're actually starting with Liv and Dom, and we're going to see what it is that is going to be said here. Liv holding up that championship. I think we've got a few boos. None of you guys are winners. I just got sent the Curtis Axel thing. It's from Sportskeeda, and it is an opinion piece. It's them exploring a potential hint. So it's basically them digging into and theorizing about what the brother post could mean. And so one of the things they've come up with is Curtis Axel, which it is not the fit for me personally. Right. We've just got look back to last Monday. Dom in a shark cage at Bad Bloods. Dom in a shark cage. So Liv is saying the championship is mine, Judgment Day is mine, and the most gorgeous man is mine. Dom is the real winner, said George. Oh, hello, here we go. So is this Rhea Ripley that's going to be coming down? It was a pretty standard promo, to be honest. It was just, you lot are losers. Dom's mine. Championship's mine. Rhea said, I'm going to need you to shut up. This week you can't attack me from behind. I'm not going to hit you. You can take it easy. So Rhea is getting into the ring. Mommy chance. Mommy chance. Liv telling the crowd to shut up. I've got something I need to tell you. Look who found his cojones as Dom steps in the way. What you gonna do? You'll do nothing. Perhaps he would have stayed with you if you cared about him half as much as you care about Damian Priest. Did you see Dominic sticking his tongue out to Rhea? I don't know why that tickled me as much as it did. It was so petty. So he's doing gestures behind Liv. Liv says she's going to beat Rhea because she's smarter. Dominic's like... Rhea with a smile on her face. Okay, she didn't want to talk about that. I'm fully cleared. This message is for both of you. You're the only reason that Liv won the championship. You're the only reason she's retained. Dom. Bad Bloods. Ah, yes. That's good. You're going to be behind bars. Oh, yes. It is going to be a shark cage. Dirty Dom is going to be hanging inside of a cage. That's made the match better, I think. We've seen this a few times. So, basically, Rhea's saying here's the only reason that you've... I hope the shark cage is like a good shark cage. Oh, she's took it back. But, Wow! Even Liv's like, oh, that headbutt was huge! That headbutt was huge! My God! It looked really good. It looked really good. I like Liv's sell of it as well. You're like... Well, I tell you what. There was some fun little moments, comedic moments in there. There was a big announcement in there. And the whole thing was rounded off with a nice little impactful moment, shall we say. That was good. That was good. I like that stipulation. Shark cage. They're always fun. That was a great sell, said Excellence of Execution. I agree. Stephen, shout out to you. Jeffrey, shout out to you as well, my friends. King Yeti has fired in some Wrestling Daze memberships. That's really kind, buds. As always, King Yeti being super, super supportive. That's really... I'm sure they've... Oh, there we go. I was going to say, I'm sure they've been gobbled up, and there we go. Look. Trippy Gary has got one. Let's go. Welcome, Trippy Gary. Welcome, everyone that just gobbled up some of those memberships. King Yeti is the person that you should be thanking. And also, CI21S. Shout out to you, my friend. I can see your Bray Wyatt logo in your profile picture. Very cool. Sean Banks says thank you as well. Sean Banks, I'm guessing, benefited. So, King Yeti, very cool. Okay, we got Sammy now. Yeah, great stipulation. I like that. Good start to the show. And now we've got Sami Zayn coming down. So I believe he's taking on Ludwig in this match. So hopefully this should be fun. Monday Night Raw is going to its first commercial break. Oh, yeah, also, big thank you to everyone that checked out that reaction video earlier. I'm kind of having a little look at Watch Mojo at the moment. I'm really enjoying it. I'm trying to make them short and just, like, quick fun. So I did a top 5 today rather than a top 10. It was the top 5 things that WWE doesn't want you to see. It's a Watch Mojo list, and... it was all right. There was some stuff on there that definitely belonged on there. I don't know that the order was correct, but there was definitely some stuff that belonged there. And I thought it was quite good, like being like good length, about 8 minutes, just over. I was kind of pleased with that. Might still be little tweaks and things that I can do to it, but yeah. If people checked it out earlier, I hope you enjoyed it. I could understand if people missed it, though. We don't tend to put out those kinds of videos, but I'm sort of playing around with them at the moment. Sort of trying, like, you know, the first one was 20 minutes. The second one was 11 minutes. This one was 8 minutes, you know. I might get it down to a minute soon. But, yeah, I kind of enjoyed it. I thought it was quite good. So, if you've not seen it, check it out. If you have seen it, feel free to leave some feedback on there. I want to show this as well. I did retweet it. Of course, our babysitting duties are still in full effect. So big shout out to Tony. Normally, this child is asleep. I feel sorry for the kid, actually, because I feel like it's being kept awake on purpose right now. I think if the child could choose anything, it would choose to be asleep. Normally, when we do our babysitting on a Monday, it is asleep. But here, it's being kept awake by what I can only think is a bully. Right here, I feel like what's happening is that this child is bullying this child. and keeping him away. In fact, you can see he's even holding his head so that he's being forced to watch the television. So there is some bullying going on here, definitely. And if I was this kid, I'd be thrilled at that. I would be thrilled. I would love for the internet to classify me as bullying my little brother, which is something that I do still to this day. And I do it with a badge of honor. It's something that I'm actively proud of. So I can only imagine that that is going to be very well received. And this poor child is not being allowed to look away. It's being forced to watch. Which is how I think a lot of you watch the stream as well, actually. I would not be shocked to find out that there's a lot of partners, maybe male partners, that are making their female partner, maybe vice versa, watch the stream in a very similar fashion. And I'm also thinking, do I need one of these pillows? Because that looks super comfy. You know, having it like wrapped round, you can maybe read a Kindle or do a bit of work. It actually looks like, I don't know if they do an adult version of this. I mean, I don't mean like with, you know, vaginas on. I just mean like a bigger one. That does look kind of comfy. You could like fall asleep. Wake up, straight work. Could be the future of office work, couldn't it? People in the offices could all be slumped over their desks on these lovely curved pillows, just replying to emails, having a little snooze for a moment, waking back up, getting back to work. I think there's something in it. I think there's something in it. So I do feel sorry for this kid being made to watch. I respect this kid because I feel like he's a kindred spirit. And I think this is the future of viewing content. So a lot to unpack with that picture. So Tony, thank you. Shout outs to your boys. Shout out to all the boys. Hello, what we got? Oh, Lucha Lowrider is available in stores now. It's big, isn't it? I wouldn't think Mattel would make some of that size, but well, there we go. Get your Lucha Lowrider in all good stores available right now. It's got excellent detail. It's absolutely massive. Amazing. I think it's only about $30, which honestly for a car like that is very impressive. Right, here we go. It is time for Sammy and Ludwig. Right. Those pillows are called boppy pillows. Are they? Are they? Boppy pillows. I've never seen them. I genuinely think it looks quite good. Genuinely think it looks quite comfortable. Right, Daze, did you watch WrestleMania 41 promo? No, but I saw that the tickets were available now. I did not see a promo video or anything. I saw an image, but I didn't see a promo video. What is this? What have I been sent? Okay, Ludwig has made his way down. Carl and Dawn said, I don't need pillows. I need a million nickels. Oh, that would be really uncomfortable. I think you're on your own with that one. I would take the pillow. If you offered me a million nickels or a pillow, I'd take the pillow because I know for a fact a million nickels would be very uncomfortable. You put them in a pillowcase. Oh my god. Oh, it's gonna dig into your ribs and it's gonna be like, no, thank you. Yeah, I'm ahead of the game. I've thought it through. Right, we've got Ludwig on the outside. Sammy in control. I'm expecting Sammy to get this job done, to be honest. Oh, hello. Cody has said, I've just signed off on something really fun that's coming to WWE Shop. Y'all the best. Is it fun? I'll be the judge of that. I'll be the judge of that. Thank you very much. What's your favourites? I don't know the rest of the name. It's cut it off. And also Jeffrey as well. They have fired in a Wrestling Daze membership, which is really kind. Shout out to you guys. I always think that's such a lovely gift to the community. There's a lot of people that I think would like to give that a go. But, you know, listen, cost of living, money's tight. I totally get it. Totally understand. I always try to make that content just additional rather than it being like super essential, you know. What we tend to do is we do like an additional stream on a Thursday for an hour. And I always have, where I can, get like a members folder for Unseen. I try to put good stuff in there. But obviously like the super essential stuff goes into Unseen, so I see it as like all additional. It's more Wrestling Daze. That's the way of I look at it. So yeah, I think if you are able to join, I think there's some good stuff there. If you're not able to join, I don't think it's a problem. Yeah, I don't think it's a problem. Double axe handle there by Sammy. There's some audio problems on Raw, said Daniel. We had audio problems the other day and I was so confused. I've not had them since. But was it Friday I was talking and like the audio cut out and was just gone? I mean, I have no idea why that was happening. And I really hope it doesn't happen again. Ever again. I haven't changed the cable or anything. It's a new cable. On the outsides. Oh, Sammy on the barrier. Oh, wow. Oh. So he jumped up onto the barricades and then Ludwig pushed Sammy into the timekeeper's area and he went into like Samantha Irvin's chair. I don't even know if it's Samantha on Raw. I think it is. Went into the announcer's chair. Went absolutely flying. So, pretty fun spot that. As we go to commercial break. Connor said, 8 changes for Raw. Xavier turns on Kofi. Dakota Kai returns. Roxanne gets called up. Ludwig turns babyface. Seth returns. Drew leaves. And Miz betrays R-Truth, says Connor. That's Connor's wish list. Amin said, Daze, how was the weather in your country? Because Saturday was bad. Still rainy, but yeah, storms are gone. Saturday was bad. I'd say Saturday was maybe the worst storm that I have known since I've been here. I mean, it really was something exceptional. Again, I have to stress, nothing by American standards. You know, at no point did I feel I was in danger, right? But it was bad enough to knock out the power momentarily, twice actually. Knocked out the power before I streamed. I ended up starting the Joshua stream half an hour later than I wanted to. And then, of course, it knocked the power out again whilst we were streaming. Thankfully, not during the main event, though. Knocked it out during, I think it was like the third fight, fourth fight, something like that. We still had a couple of fights to go. But it knocked me out for ages. And I just couldn't do anything. I said yesterday during like there was a member stream yesterday and there was a wrestling escape pod yesterday. I said there's nothing more frustrating than sitting here and there's just nothing you can do. I mean, I'm here. I'm ready to stream. I want to stream. You lot were here. Well, I thought we were having a good time talking about the fights, building our way towards the main event. And, you know, the power goes, the internet goes. There's just nothing you can do. You can reset the routers and they just keep coming back with like 2 meg. That's it. Like 2 meg upload. There was like 0 point something meg download. I mean, it was just awful. It was unstreamable. Power came back quite quickly, actually, but the internet just was done. It was knackered. It was gone. I think there was an issue with the local mast. And, well, I can't fix that. You know, I mean, it's just nothing I can do. I can reset routers. I can reset my computer. I can unplug things, plug them back in. Absolutely everything I tried didn't work. I was cut off. But thankfully, it came back after about half an hour, 40 minutes. So I suppose it's one of those where you just have to go, well, do you know what? It came back, and you just count it as, you know, it came back. Rather than the fact that it was, you know, out in the first place. But yeah, very frustrating. But thank God it came back and we were able to do that main event, you know. And what a main event. So good. So good. Shocking. But I hope people enjoyed it for those that joined us. Right, we're back to the action, and they're going to show us what we missed. So, Sammy against Ludwig. Obviously, we saw a different camera angle of it here. Sammy, oh my God, look at that barricades. Yeah, barricade wobbling away. Ludwig Kaiser. Throwing in shots to Sammy, and a big chop there to Sammy as well. So Ludwig going up, and Ludwig looking for a superplex. We're back in the ring. So it wasn't really anything we missed. It was just a different camera angle of what we had seen. Big shots raining down. Over the top. Oh, lovely. Into a powerbomb by Sammy. And kick out by Ludwig. Kick out by Ludwig. Kathy said, if I wasn't unbiased, I would say that my dog is neutered and he still has more cojones than Dominic. Lovely. Days, will Saturday night main event be on NBC TV without paying like the old days? I don't know, is the answer. I mean, I know that it's part of the deal of SmackDown moving to USA Network, so my expectation is that it will be on USA Network. So that's where I believe it's going to be, but I have not seen that confirmed. But I know that it was part of the deal of bringing SmackDown to USA, was that there was 4 specials. I don't even know where we watch it in the UK. I mean, I'm guessing TNT will carry it. I'm hoping TNT carry it. I mean, if not, I'm going to have to go by illegal means. So, I mean, I've got a few concerns yet as to where I watch it. None of that's really been confirmed yet. Or not that I've seen. I know that tickets are on sale. I'm guessing it's USA Network, so... Oh, drop kick there by Ludwig into Sammy. Wrestle with Andy, hello. Daze, who do you think you are kidding, Mr. Hitler, if you think old England's done? Our American friends won't know that. Daze, who do you think will be the world title match at Mania? Maybe Punk and Seth? I hope not. I hope not, to be honest, because I don't think they need it. I think, like, Punk and Seth is red hot. Or Sammy beats the count. Yeah, I don't think they need the title. I think, like, you could do Punk Seth and it be a great match, and then do a title match as a separate thing, you know? I wonder if Drew will be going for the belt again. I probably wouldn't do that. I think he's been around the title enough. So I probably wouldn't have Drew. I wonder if it'll be Gunther against Sammy again? We're doing that already, aren't we, really? He did beat him at last year's WrestleMania. I do think Sammy will win the title at some point. Could he fail this time and then get the rematch at WrestleMania? Could it be Jay? I think it'll probably be Usos Gorillas of Destiny, though, so I don't think it will be. Don't know, it's a tricky one, that. Maybe they do put it in with Punk and Seth, but it's not what I would do. Because I think that match is big enough without the title. So I would be tempted to do Gunther against someone, or do... maybe Cena? Oh, Ludwig using the ropes, but the referee has seen it. Yeah, maybe something to do with Cena. Could we do Cena? Cena Randy. That'd be sick, wouldn't it? Maybe something to do with AJ, if AJ's still around. That would be pretty cool. Oh, here's an exploder. Boom! By Sammy. Into the corner goes Ludwig. Sammy goes over the other side. Mitchell said this match is pretty good. Oh, big boot there by Ludwig. Crowd are into it, you know. 2. Oh, kick out by Sammy. Surely Sammy doesn't lose this. Surely Sammy doesn't lose this. Sammy is looking confused. Kaiser staring at Sammy. He has got a little bit of disdain there in his face. Ludwig, the way that he's staring over at Sami Zayn. Crowd are making noise. Crowd are actually quite into this, as we said. Sammy having to dig deep. Ludwig grabbing Sammy. German super. Did he just say German suplex before he actually did the German suplex? Ludwig went for a... I don't know, maybe it's... Oh, it is me. Oh, I've got the audio being out. The audio's driving me mental. Is it... It's not just me. To be honest, I haven't been listening really to the commentary. But the audio is out of sync with the picture. Have you got that? Because I just had Joe say German suplex, but it wasn't a German suplex. And then all of a sudden, Sammy did a German suplex. Yeah, what the flip's going on? Yeah, it's out of sync. It's a TNT issue. Oh, but the audio's fine in Canada. Oh, wow. I didn't even notice. Shows how much I listen to the commentary, doesn't it? I'm just watching the action. And, yeah, when they counted... Oh, well, that was fine. It was fine when Rhea was in the ring, wasn't it? It must have gone out of sync since we came back. Oh, yeah. God, that is annoying. We've just had Gunther's music hit. And, like, Sammy's still celebrating. And there's nothing happening. And then all of a sudden, the graphics change. So, yeah, it's really weird. We're operating ahead of the show. The audio is like 3 or 4 seconds ahead of what we're seeing. That is really frustrating. Gunther just said Sammy, and he hadn't even got the microphone yet when he's talking. Oh, my God. I have seen enough. Well, this is going to mess with our heads. Do I tell you what I see or what I hear? How do I do this? So he says, I think Ontario, California is the right place for it. Crowd are excited. I'm going to tell you right here, right now. No. So I've got an answer for you. And right here, right now, I'm going to tell you no. So Gunther on the outside. I wonder if it'll fix when we get to the next. God, I've never wanted a commercial break as much as I do right now. Hopefully that'll fix it. We need to go to commercial for the good of the show. Yeah, it's still out at the moment. The audio is fine. T's and P's to those less fortunate, says Ray. It's a different problem every week with TNT Sport. It's embarrassing, said Scott. By the Bonfire said, I hope it gets fixed. It's really bad. Andy said it's annoying. What's your favourite scary film? Says WWE. Fix the audio. And Texas Chainsaw Massacre. George said USA is working. USA! 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 Oh, God, I wish I lived in a country where the audio and the visual matched each other. That would be, like, was in sync. That's been my dream for so long. Right, we've got clips of backstage and what happened with Xavier and Kofi. Oh my God, please go to commercial. Right, we've got Xavier backstage. Oh, I've been thinking a lot about what's happening. He's got some bootios. God, where's he got them from? Need to get back on track. Oh, he's gone in the archives. Bootios, yes! Francesca. This was fine. When you're champions, you can do whatever you want, but we haven't had the belts for like 3 years. It is great to see some of this stuff from the past, isn't it? Okay, Kofi said, I've not been making many good decisions. Next few weeks. You called the shots. Okay, okay. Over the next few weeks, you call the shots. Here's American Maids. So it does feel like we're moving on now to American Made and New Day. I really like this because it really feels like we're going to make that 10-year anniversary a really big deal for the New Day. We're done with the freak family, says American Maids. So yeah, it definitely feels like they're moving on to New Day. I do like their shirts. The American Made design looks great, doesn't it? I really like that. Do you know, I mean, it ain't going to work for me, is it? Because I'm not. But, like, for all our American friends out there, it's a good shirt. Do you know what I mean? You could go the bar wearing that with pride. We need British maids. That's what I need. I need British maids. I need Starbridge maids. Oh, a load of pancakes just came in. And Kofi's like, no, kill it. We don't need them. That was all right, man. That was all right. And more importantly, we've gone to commercial break, so hopefully we fix the flipping audio issues when we go back. Because it's a nightmare. It's a living nightmare. Daze, the audio is the Wyatt Sicks. It's a message, says Crew. I think you're right. I think their next target is TNT. I like the American made shirts. Yeah, they're good, genuinely. I'm not like, I know that my English sarcasm can be hard to read sometimes, but I agree. American Made should go ahead and change their name to American Gladiators. Gladiators! Amin says, do you think CM Punk shows up on October 1st in NXT? Yeah. He's scheduled for that show, isn't he? Is it the first, is it? That one's the first one in Chicago. He's advertised for that. In fact, he's a guest referee, is the special guest referee. So, yeah. I think I've got my dates right, haven't I? 8th is the one that is for St. Louis. And that's Randy, who's having a match with Javon. And the week before that, I think, is the first, and that is the... I think that's the first one, isn't it? We need a poll for that match. We do, Jeff. Thank you. We do, you're right. Let's see what people think. Who is winning? Leaving as IC champion, you lot. You're always very, very good when it comes to picking a side, picking a winner, making your voices heard, loud and proud. And you've gone 50% Jay, 49 point something percent for Bron Breakers. Very, very close. Way closer than I was expecting. And actually, you've gone for the person I was expecting as well. I don't think there's any chance that Jay's winning this. I would not go 100% like Bron, but I'm a good 95% Bron. So I'm shocked, stunned. I wonder if that's because Jay is so popular, people are hoping that he gets it done. But I think it's Bron. I really think it's Bron. And I think in a lot of your heart of hearts, you think it's Bron as well. But I understand where you are coming from, my friends. And I hope that the Yeet Man does it for you. I'd like Jay to do it. I just don't think it will happen. I think there's a chance we see Bloodline. I think there's a chance they're going to cost him. Certainly expecting some sort of skullduggery, shall we say. So yeah, very interesting poll results. Thank you, my friends. Let's see what you come up with for the scores for that match. AKS Fun and Weird Stuff said, Daze, what are your thoughts on Zilla going to AEW? I don't know that he is, to be honest. I would imagine that they would be interested. I haven't seen anything concrete that there's been, like, that he's signed. Certainly not seen anything like that. So I've seen rumors, people talking about how AEW would be in for him. And I think they could be, because he is someone that you could see go into WWE eventually. And I think that AEW would like to get a way into that family, you know. They'd like to find a way of getting some Anoa'i members into the group. So, into their, like, company. So I get it, but I haven't heard anything that he's definitely on the way, unless that's news that's broken recently. Ooh, Julia has been added to the WWE roster page, which is not unexpected, but of course that means that we have her render. Oh my god, she looks amazing. That is my new queen. Julia has been officially added to WWE's roster page. The beautiful madness is in NXT to usher in a new era. A world-renowned competitor with countless accolades to her name. Julia is in NXT and prepared to show why she's universally heralded as one of the best in the world. Yes, Queen. Yes, Queen. Amazing. If you're not watching NXT, then this might be a lady that might just get you doing it. We are building towards her first championship opportunity. Does she win it at the first time of asking? Maybe. Maybe. Taking on, that's going to bang, man. That has got potential match of the year written on it for, I don't know, for, well, maybe WWE, but maybe NXT. It's a match of the year potential, shall we say. So. Right, I think the audio has been fixed. Yes, Alan said the audio is fixed. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, we're backstage with Liv and Dom, and yes, we do have some fixed audio. Save your breath. You're going in the cage. And that decision is final. Don't let Mr. Potato Head talk to you like that, said Dom. Tonight. Are we going to have Carlito Dragon Lee? So Liv is saying, let's teach the LWO a lesson they'll never forget. Ilya Dragunov, let's go. You'll do nothing. Ilya laughs at JD. I'll see you around. Okay, Ilya, backstage, kind of teasing a little summit there with JD. We got Dragon Lee making his way out. It was not the greatest segment in the world, but it just sets up a few bits, doesn't it? Jesus. What's Dragon Lee wearing? That is quite the entrance attire, isn't it, for Dragon Lee? Right, Dragon Lee is making his way down. They're just showing his 2K24 character. So we're very much into the show now, aren't we? We've kind of had the exciting open. Now we're into like the kind of... Well, I mean, Dragon Lee's very exciting, but we just haven't found a way of making him really stand out. This gear is mental. It really reminds me, like, of Ricky the Dragon, Steamboat. I mean, dude's got wings. Dude's got wings. Dude's got a tail. Amazing. Jeremy said, I've sent a tweet. Vince released a statement mentioning the documentary. Thank you, Jeremy. We have seen it, buds. We have seen it and we have spoken about it. So I appreciate that. I'm just a little distracted because it's Riley is asking. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. You tell me if you think it is. But it's Riley said, is that Lily in the background? I mean, the colors might be right for the hair, but I can't see that that is Lily. Don't know if anyone wants to, or if they can, rewind and have a little look. And it didn't jump out to me at the time. And I'm looking at that and I'm like, well, that looks like the hair, but I can't say that that is the doll. Don't know. I don't look at that and go, yeah, that's Lily. It could be just anything, couldn't it, really? But I do agree that this bit is the same, like, it's white. The bulk of this bit is white, and this bit looks like the hair, but don't know. From this screenshot, I'm not sure. Maybe leaning no. But I don't know, someone might go back and go, no, yeah, it was, you know. Is that ARW Pro? Is that Cameron? Cameron goes to, I'm sure that's what Cameron goes to watch, AM Pro. You know, in Indiana. You know, in Indiana, he goes to Indiana. He goes to the local community center to go and watch them wrestle. Hey, they're secretly working with WWE. I don't think it's Lily, said Dro. Mitchell said, please don't miss my milestone chat. Whoa. Milestone. Milestone. Mitchell said, Daze, the fun police. Oh, well, I missed it, and I don't know what that means. I've missed it. Ellis Stubbs said, you said Ontario, California. Yeah, where are we? I don't actually know where we are. I just heard... I thought that's what I heard him say. Is there not an Ontario in California? I genuinely don't know. You know, like how there's a flipping, you know, New England and all these places. If it turned out there was an Ontario in the California area, that wouldn't shock me. But I know Ontario is in Canada. Is that where we are? Are we in Canada tonight? I genuinely never look. So I just heard what I thought he said, which was Ontario, California, but he might have said Ontario, Canada. And Mitchell, thank you for your comment. Because I did miss it at the time, I have no flipping idea what you're on about. So thank you, Mitchell. Shout out to you. Yeah, it's California, says Carl and Dawn. Alex said, I live in Ontario, Canada. Ellis Stubbs said, I definitely don't know where we are. Yeah, I don't know where we are either. But I never know. I never know. It's not something that interests me, to be honest. I mean, sometimes it can be a bit noteworthy, but most of the time it doesn't make any difference, does it? But I heard the commentator, the Joe guy, say we were in Ontario, California. Or at least I thought he said California. Right, Carlito is making his way down to the ring. We're still not sold or sure about that Lily thing. I'll retweet it and just ask people their thoughts. Anyone know? Anyone know for certain? I'm on the side of I don't think it is, but I could be wrong. We've asked people. Right, we are underway then. Dragon Lee in action against Carlito. Boom, straight out the gates. Suicide dive by Dragon Lee. This is actually not an important match, but if I was to throw a criticism at Dragon Lee, my criticism would be that he's just not standing out. There's just nothing about him that when he comes out, I get excited for. And I don't think I'm alone in that. You know, if Elia comes out, I'm excited because I know I'm going to see a banger. You know, but when Dragon Lee comes out, I don't feel anything. And I don't think I'm alone there. So this is a big opportunity for him, actually, to go out there and show that he can really deliver when given the time. When given an opportunity, he can go out there and he can really get the crowd going. So let's see how he goes about that. Let's see how he achieves that. He's certainly come out like there's a fire up his backside. He's coming out all guns blazing. Oof, big drop kick in the corner. Grabbing the leg of Carlito, dragging him into the middle of the ring. It's my friend's 18th birthday, and I'm hiding in the toilet to be here, said WWE Biggest Fan. Well, shout out to you. I think you're making the right decision. Imagine being at like an 18th birthday party. Couldn't think of anything worse, mate. Much better to be enjoying Raw as Ray jumps off the barricades, hits a seated senton on Dominic. Action back in the ring. In the corner goes Dragon League Big Boots. Maritza says, I love WWE. Well, you are in the right place, my friends. Because we love it as well as Dragon Lee. Honestly, the pace of this was really good. But what's disappointing is the match has ended. That is disappointing because that was, I think, showing some real potential. And now it's over. So there we go. It is a win for Dragon Lee. We are backstage with The Miz. Oh, look at all these old posters. What are we doing? Dusty Rhodes. Oh, Carrion's having a word with the Miz. Think it's messed up how no one respects you? Yeah, what's Carrion trying to do? Yeah, I like that. Monsters come in all shapes and sizes. Miz says, yes, they do. Carrion says, I just want you to be the guy that doesn't care what people in the back think. Wyatt Sicks fans, are we seeing some movement here? Are we seeing the Miz helping Bronson Reed? All of a sudden it becomes 2-on-1 rather than 1-on-1. Scope then to bring in some support. I'm just looking at what's being put down. I'm just picking up what's being put down, that's all. Sam, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Hope you're well and enjoying Raw. I think it's gone quite quick, actually, considering we're nearly an hour in. I think it's gone quite quick. Yeah, not bad. Jeffrey, shout out to you. We've got a pair that is a little bit shy. So what I've learnt about Jeffrey is he's got a very shy pair. Very shy. Yeah, actually a little bit like even blushing. Jeffrey's pair blushes. That's what I've learnt. So Jeffrey Taylor, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you for revealing such personal details. And Erasure Mind said Bronson, Miz, Cross, AOP against the Wyatt Sicks and Braun. Bronson, Miz, Cross, Authors of Pain. Bronson, Miz, Cross, Authors of Pain against Wyatt Sicks. Does that work? Bronson, Miz, Cross, Authors of Pain is 5 against the 4 guys and Braun. Yes, it does work. You did your maths. Well done. Yes, I like that a lot. I like that a lot because that really gets a lot of talent on TV, doesn't it? You know, we ain't doing nothing with AOP. We ain't doing anything with Karrion Kross. Miz, as we said, is a bit lost. We're not really doing Miz TV stuff anymore. That gets a lot of people on TV, and it adds one of the most exciting feuds, which is Braun and Bronson. It adds the Wyatt Sicks into that as well. And you've got Braun and his backstory, and erase your mind, book it. Book it. Just go and book it. I feel like it's the right thing to do. Just book it. I think we're all in agreement. I think that will do very nicely. Thank you very much. Right. Cameron says, Jobson, have you been attacked by one yet? We have them in the UK. What are we referring to? Women. Royalty. Yorkshire puddings. Scones. All things that we have in the UK. Lovely, lovely, lovely. I need to read that, actually. Hello, who are our guests? Netflix. Oh, I'll tell you what, there's some cuties at Netflix, isn't there? Yeah! Woo! Woo! I'd be down for that Christmas party. Yeah! Woo! Oh, hello, Seamus. I've had people on the streets. chanting call him Butch. I wouldn't like to walk down the street and have people chanting call him Butch at me. Just going about your business, walking down the street. Call him Butch. Call him Butch. Call him Butch. Sorry, what? All right, yep. Message received, thank you. Let's make this an English-Irish thing. Yeah, let's not. Let's not. I'd say anytime that we make things an English-Irish thing, things get blown up, so let's not do that. So, wow. That doesn't feel like the right road to go down. Right, The Miz has made his way down. This is going to be the right road to go down because this could be a very interesting segment. Very interesting. Aubrey said, the best girth and mirth on the net. Thank you, Dave. Is that you? Are you referring to yourself? Are you the best girth and the... What's mirth? I don't even know what that means. Aubrey, shout out to you, my friends. I love your girth and your mirth. I think it comes across very well in your comments. So Miz has made his way down, and here is Big Bronson Reed. So is that who he's facing? He's facing Big Bronson. I thought he was facing Braun. How's this playing? How's this playing? I thought he was facing Braun. Well, listen, I don't know about you. I ain't expecting this match to really go very long because we are undoubtedly seeing Braun. There he is. Look, geez. That did not take long at all. Braun Strowman attacking Big Bronson Reed. And honestly, who knows what we're about to get here. Choke slam on the edge of the ring. Miz on the outsides, having a go at Braun. Oh, here's Bronson. Oh, suicide dive. Down goes Braun. Down goes the Miz. Big Bronson Reed grabbing Braun Strowman, chucking him into the ring. Now we've got some security guards in there. Security guards, headbutt there by Big Bronson Reed. He's grabbing another security guard. He's going to look to throw the one guard on top of the other guards. Oh my God, they're like 69 in each other. Oh my God. Ah, why did he do that? There's children watching. I think he's got a thing for the other dude. And he was like, this is my opportunity. I knew this moment would come, and he like proper shifted his body round so he could 69 his partner. And he was like, oh no, we've been tsunamied. Oh no. Oh, he's just driven me even closer into your dong. Honestly, there's a whole sub-story going on here. We've got a lot of security guards that have come down. Oh my God. There needs to be a full investigation. Oh, Braun explodes out of a whole huddle of security guards. I wouldn't be shocked if that other security guard has found another way of lying on top of the other man. Big clubbing blows coming in here by Braun. Up in the corner looking for a big superplex. Are we going to get, like, the ring collapse? This is kind of that spot, isn't it? Where you've got two massive guys up in the corner. Big clubbing blow coming down. Here we go. Looking for the superplex. Oh, look at that. How many people are there? Honestly, we're dealing with about 20-odd guys or so. And I think Adam Pearce is trying to get more. They're trying to separate both guys. Braun charges over. Big drop kick. Bronson to the outsides. So it is just, honestly, boomers everywhere. Boomers getting yeeted at the moment. He gets slammed down. He's going to get slammed on top. Boom. He's going to get slammed. Oh my God, that poor Buddy Murphy looking one just got slammed. He gets planted. We've got loads of boomers on the outside. Braun is going to go up. Are we going to get Air Strowman? Oh, my God. Oh, you can understand the panic. If you're a security guard, at this point, you're flipping, handing in your notice. Do you know what I mean? I'm walking. I ain't dealing with Air Strowman. Braun climbs up. Bronson backs away. Strowman's like, let's go. What a segment. It was a segment that teased a lot and didn't deliver what it teased, but it was still really fun. Certainly if you was that sex pest. Amazing. Loved it. Loved it. Jeffrey Taylor with a dancing hippo. Love that. I don't know kind of what you're communicating, but love it all the same. So, Jeffrey, thank you, my friend. Carl and Dawn said, we said keep it cheeky. Well, the security guard listened. That's what I saw. I think he's probably a community member, to be honest. He probably joins us on the streams. He saw an opportunity. He saw an opening. You got to maximize your minutes. And he did exactly that. Dr. Lucha Lala said, Daze, remember, the baby is watching. It's not my fault. He just 69'd him. I didn't do it. What do you want me to do? Sit here and just pretend that things aren't happening? Eh? Listen. It's a harsh world out there. These kids need to learn. They need to be aware. Days, Lily was in the background during the Judgment Day segment, says Finby. Is that confirmed that it was Lily? Have people actually zoomed into it and actually found out that it is? Let's have a look. I mean, I've been bombarded with tweets. I don't know if that is going to... I'll have a look. Sean has tweeted out confirmation. Undertaker is going to appear for New Japan on October 29th. Has he? Is that what I've been bombarded with? Okay, hang on. We've got a lot going on here, kids. I still haven't got the scores in for flipping Dragon Lee versus Carlito. So, Dragon Lee, Carlito, let's get this down, and then we'll have a little walk together. 54, 19, 13, and 12. Right, lovely. Let's go over. What's this? What a nice punchline. Okay. To be honest, handcuff Dom to the cake. That's not a bad idea, actually. Jade Cargill shows off moves she wishes that she could bust out. Okay. Hello. 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 I don't know why I'm shouting. It's happened. What's this? There was a Mercy picture. I think some of these are always there. I think that's always been there. I'll include it because it's interesting, but I think it's always been there. I'll add it. Kirby hot takes. Oh, is that Alexa? That looks better, doesn't it? That looks better. I could go more with it being Alexa, yes. Not Alexa, Lily. That one I wasn't as sold on. That one I can go with more. Still not 100%, to be honest. Still not 100%, but I can go with it more. Have we got? I'll add it to unseen. Have we got? Have we got a better view? I might have one. I'll add it. And Raiders fan. Hello, who's that boomer? Adam Jones, lead guitarist for Tool, is in the crowd. We looked at that. USA Network said Drew Punk main events. Just thought I'd screenshot the posters. Yeah, they were interesting. I agree. They were interesting. I'll have to try and get back to that. USA said Punk main event in. Good. I'm not really bothered what main event, to be honest. Braun is 6 pound. Hopefully we get Carrion versus Howdy. What do you think? I'd like that. Hopefully. Why am I shouting? I'm turning caps lock off now. This is what I want to look at. Oh, is that better? Is that a different one? I feel it definitely feels better. I definitely look at that as being a bit more, but I'm still not 100% now. I don't know. Hey, do you know what? Let's do a quick poll. Do you think that is Lily? Do you think it's Lily? Yes or no? What do you think? You can see the same image I can see. It looks pretty good. I can't see enough of it to go, yes, it definitely is. You know? Because that could just be a black roll of tape. This could be, I don't know, some white tape. I mean, the hair is, but look at the hair. If you look at the hair of the Lily doll, I can't point to it because my finger disappears, but over here, you can see that it's all coloured. That is all coloured, isn't it? That is all coloured. But look at this hair. That's not all coloured because you got white here. But that's not the same as that. But then is that the old Lily doll? I don't even like Lily. I don't even care about Lily. Stupid Lily. Okay, Drew is in the ring. I can't vote. I have no idea, says Matter. You have to vote. We need to get this sorted. We need to know if it is or if it isn't. Right, Drew in the ring. This is how we're starting the next hour. I heard what he had to say, and he meant every word Drew says about CM Punk. I'm going to put it out there. I don't want to go back inside Hell in a Cell. I really like that. I've been in that match and it's broke things in me that have not fixed to this day. He's talking about his penis. He's definitely talking about his penis. Broke it. Your wife begged you not to do this match? So this is quite a slow promo. My wife has begged me for months to get away from you. CM Punk chants. CM Punk chants. CM Punk. CM Punk. There is a DM Hunk sign, though. This match is going to happen at Bad Bloods. I'm going to make you feel more pain than you've ever felt in your entire existence. Bishop said, is Saturday night's main event a full return or just a one-time thing? Well, Saturday night's main event was always just specials that were dropped in. It was not a weekly thing. So it is back, but it's only back for 4 shows in a year. I don't know if that's just for 1 year or during, like, all the years that, like, SmackDown's on USA. I don't know that. I know we're getting 4 of them in this first year. I don't know beyond that. Oh, I'd imagine if it works for both, they'll keep doing it. There we go. Drew, very close to the camera. Cuts a very honest promo. Talks about how his wife doesn't want him to be involved in this feud anymore, how he's worried about Hell in a Cell. Oh, hang on. We're backstage with Adam Pearce. How do you plan to handle this? It's gone too far. Bronson Braun. Oh, last monster standing. It's going to be a last monster standing match. Oh, hello. We got a bit of a brawl happening. What's going down? Oh, it's Butch. It's Butch. It's Butch with his cricket bat. Ah, yeah. Yeah, take that, Ireland. Cricket bat versus Shillelagh. Don't call me that. Don't call me that. I love the fact he hates it as much as we hated it when he first got called it. I love that. Jeffrey Taylor has got a hot dog now. That makes more sense. Kicking back and enjoying the action. Enjoying a hot dog. I can vibe with that. Let's have a look, shall we, and see. Dr. Luchalala said, Daze, I remember the baby watching you. Dude, there's kids watching us all the time. We're basically the 2024 Baby Shark. So, do you think that was Lily? 62% say yes, 38% say no. So, there is some confusion out there. There is a bit of doubt out there. But let's just show it again. This is Sam that pinged it over. That's the image. I don't know. It's one of those, right, where I think people are going to get super excited. They're going to get really carried away. You're going to hear about that. This is going to be used as now. Well, do you remember when Lily was in the background? I think there'll be people out there that for them this is Lily. That's it. I still can't 100% say it is. I still don't know that it is. It might be one of those where we go back later and it turns out it's bits of flipping random tape or, you know, something that's kind of in the background. Don't know. I do think the pink is interesting because you can explain the black and the white, can't you? I mean, there's black some here, there's white box over here. I mean, this could easily be gaffer tape that's kind of just been screwed up, whatever. Right? As they're just setting things up. This could be a bit of paper. That could be a roll of tape, bit of gaffer tape. The only bit that I'm like, that's interesting is the pink. The pink bit is the bit where I'm like, Maybe there's a better image. These are the only... You've seen the images that I've seen. I haven't seen any other images yet. But at the moment, I'm like, could be. Could be. I don't know. I can't sit here and say yes, 100%. I don't know. I don't know. And Janie here said, I'm unsure. It does look like it, but it could be something completely different. It's only just pure speculation. I'm willing to see where it goes. I'm going to leave it like that. I'm with Janie on this. King Simper. Oh, shiz. Oh, shit, no doubt. Oh, shit, here we go. Here we go. It's happening. It's happening. I mean, I would just say keep a bit of an open mind for now. It very much could be. It very much could be. I'm with Janie. I don't know. I don't know. That is what I've seen. If anyone's got a better image, ping it over. Let's have a look. Let's dig into this. Let's dig into this. Right, we are back from commercial break. Jimmy Uso, said Dakota. Will we see Jimmy Uso tonight? Are we going to get Jimmy Uso tonight? Days Raw against Monday Night Football did 1.5. SmackDown 149. Once football clears, we know Raw goes to 1718. Friday Night Cable is really tough to draw. If they move nights, where could you see them? Well, I mean, it's been on a Tuesday, it's been on a Thursday, so we have seen those days before. But I don't think they would do Tuesday because that would collide with NXT, of course. So I don't think WWE would agree to that. They could move to Thursday if there's an option to do that. We've had Thursday SmackDowns, we've had Tuesday SmackDowns. I don't think we've had Wednesday SmackDowns. Can't remember Wednesdays. But we've had Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. So, I mean, they could move. That is for them to decide. They'll probably want a lot more. Well, first of all, there needs to be a vacancy in the schedule. And they also are going to probably want quite a few weeks of data, aren't they? What year is WWE was the tag division at its peak? I think for a lot of people, they might say the Attitude Era with, you know, kind of WrestleMania 16, WrestleMania 17, Edge and Christian, the Dudley Boys, Hardy Boys, you know, that kind of period. So I think you'd probably be looking 2000, 2001. I got a real soft spot, though, for, you know, when we had the Hart Foundation and we had the British Bulldogs and we had Demolition and Killer Bees, and probably looking 80, 87, 88. But I think those would be the two that would be mentioned. Maybe some people would say New Day Usos going back like 2017. Look at Kyrie with her telescope. We've got Jade and Bianca. They're talking to Damage Control. Kyrie is just always watchable. She's always, like, she's pointing at people with the telescope. She's looking. You two need to be focused on Unholy Union. Look at the size difference between Jade and Bianca against Io and Kyrie. These titles are not going anywhere, says Bianca. Okay, well, there we go. That's Damage Control told, isn't it? Jeez. That's them told. So, looks like we're getting Damage Control taking on Unholy Union. Kairi Sane. She kind of went up a little bit there for Kairi. Kairi Sane. Okay, let's get this changed over. Unholy Union versus Damage Control. Days Wyatt Sicks tweeted, it is Paul Rotham's happy birthday, Paul. That's nice of them to tweet something less cryptic, isn't it? Just to wish someone a happy birthday. I got the power. I got the power. I got the skate. And got the cage. Right. Did you see that Bailey done a porno? It's called Happy Birthday, Paul Rotham. Hang on, isn't that what Wyatt Sicks just said? Did they tweet? You're telling me, and I can know this is coming from the community, so it must be true. You're telling me that Bailey did a porno. It's called Happy Birthday Paul Rotham, and the Wyatt Sicks have retweeted it. Well, that has come from very trusted members in the community, so I can only believe that that is true. What I can tell you is that tonight's Unseen is going to be absolutely off the charts. It'll be the greatest episode of Unseen we have ever done. If we've got a Bailey porno that's been retweeted by the Wyatt Sicks to review, and I will review it. I'll do a flipping watch along, right? That is tomorrow's stream sorted. Forget NXT. We've got more pressing concerns. So, you better not be lying to me, kids. Better not be lying to me. Dropkick by Damage Control. People are really excited by this Mercy picture, but I promise you it's been there before. I think it's on that crate all the time. It might even be a crate that's connected to the Wyatt Sicks. It might be their crate, hence why it's on there. Isla slumping down. Oh! Big shot. The perv folder is about to be filled, said George. Let's go. Oh, going for the cover. 1, 2, Kyrie. Kick out. Kick out. Daze, honest question. If WWE wanted to bring in a higher executive kayfabe to check Adam or Nick, who would it be? In the past, it would be Vince. Could they go Nick Khan or Triple H? I think Triple H would make the most sense, wouldn't it? Triple H, I think, would be that person, yeah. I mean, he is the guy that gives the details at the press conferences. We know he's the guy that's booking all of this. I mean, really, it is Triple H, obviously, and then above him is Nick Khan. So, really, the structure is that above them is Triple H, then above him is Nick Khan. Nick Khan is, like, the ultimate end boss in WWE. Above him, you'd have to be getting, like, people from the board. But it gets a bit messy then, because Rock's on the boards, but The Rock can't get rid of Nick Khan. He would need the board to vote on that. So The Rock is very powerful, but not on his own. Not on his own. He would need, if they wanted to get rid of Nick Khan, Ari Emanuel could do it. But I don't believe, well, The Rock couldn't. They would need to be voting. It would have to be a vote on the board. And there's multiple people on the board. So it gets a bit messier once you get above Nick Khan. So yeah, it'd be one of them. Is it time for the halftime? Yes, it is. Let's do it. Here we go, kids. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. I know why that's happened, right? It's because I've actually made the stream a sharper resolution. And what it actually did is it made just immediately made everything smaller. I don't know why, but when we made it a sharper resolution, it made everything smaller. So everything has had to be resized. I've had to resize everything, all the streams or everything, right? And I've clearly forgot to resize that. So that is why it is the size that it is. So that's why that's happened. But you're not interested in that. You're interested in the scores. So Stone has got 6.5. Adigar has got 8. Akeem has got 6. Jojo 575. AKF said 7. That's not Lily out of 10s. Brony said, do you not think so? Brony said 675. Dro said 7. Kim's Train said 6. Alexa Bliss Gamer says 8. Alexa Bliss Gamer, do you think it's Lily? Do you think it's Lily? What do you think? The power outage really fed some shiz up, said Aubrey. Average Nick with a 6. Raymond with a 6. What's your favourite scary movie? Says the Bailey porn is fake. I'll take fake Bailey porn. I'm really not fussy. Marty B with a 7. Nando with a 7. Dominic the writer with a 6. Gary with a 6.5. Gashan with a 7.5, Nathan with a 4, Greg with an 8, Brony with a 6.75, Boss Mac said Ronda Rousey versus Lola Vice, Mitchell said I'm in a 6 range, Thika239 with a 5, Chris is 8 to 10, Nathan said 7 mini days is out. It was a mini me, weren't it? It was, you're right. Jordan with a 6.75. And A. Jobson said when EO used to do that little split, yes, lords. Monsef said, do we think they probably do War Games match between Wyatt Sicks and Judgment Day? That's a good question. I'm probably going to go no, only because I think we'll do 2, and we tend to do a men's and a women's. And I'm thinking Bloodline will be the men's, and then we'll do a women's, and we tend to do 2. So if we do 3, that would be unprecedented. So we could. I mean, it's not a problem. We absolutely could. But history says to me that we probably don't. So, again, it's a guess. It's an educated guess. We do 1 men's, 1 women's. I think Bloodline will be the men's. Right, what's this? We got a little bit of miscommunication. Little bit of miscommunication. Over to the outsides. In comes EO. EO is in there. Open palm. And again, down goes Alba Fire. Boom. Face first. Big shots coming in. Nice takedown. Isla lands on top of Alba as EO goes against the ropes. Oh, my God. She tried to flip over and she ended up being like on her head. So a bit of a botch there by EO, and thankfully she is okay. Definitely need to see the replay of that. I mean, she seems absolutely fine, but she cartwheels over. Oh, her hands are just too low. So I think that she does actually get like the weight onto her hands. It just looks like it's on her head. There probably was a bit of weight that was on her head there. Probably was a bit of weight, but her hands just seemed a bit too low. Needed to just be that little bit more to give her that little bit of clearance. Oof. Listen, this is not ballet, kids. These superstars, they take risks every time they go out there. She got away with that one. Kick coming in. Fiendish Howdy said, Dom being locked in a shark cage equals the return of Raquel. I like that theory. Fiendish Howdy, I like that theory. I like it. Against the ropes. There is word that Raquel is on her way back. Oh, shot there by Isla. It's a good little match, this, you know. Roll up by Alba, but kick out by EO. Again, we've got tag being made. We've got Isla coming in. Oh, she tries for a backstabber there. Isla. Kyrie is going up. Damage control. Getting back into this. Kyrie is up. Kyrie is going to do a elbow to the outside. Boom, connects. Alba goes down. Moonsault by EO lands on Isla. That should do it. Yes, it's a win. It's a win for Damage Control. Damage Control picking up the victory. Yeah. Good. Hard fought. Enjoyable. Yeah, Fiendish. I really like that. That's a good shout, that is. Amin, see you tomorrow, buds. Let's get scores in. Alex Bliss Gamer said, I think it is Lily. I can't see. Oh, there it is. But I don't think Lily is the one that's coming back. Good. Well, we've had to end our poll, and it is 60-39, so there is a bit of doubt out there. I just think we need a better picture, really, don't we? It's just it's still a bit, like, blurry. I mean, I've got one here from Metal Mama. This is better than the first one we saw. It's better than the first one we saw. Does she have, like, a blue band on her arm? Does she have a blue band? No. That looks like there's a blue band, doesn't there, on her arm? There, that looks like, but maybe that's meant to be the hair, but the hair isn't, the hair's not white. Oh, I still don't know. We're backstage with Braun Breaker. We're still backstage with Braun Breaker. So, talking about how are you going to stop Jay? Braun says it's game day. There's going to be a winner. There's going to be a loser. I'm sorry, Jay. It's not going to be you. Someone's going to get their ass kicked. And it's not going to be me. In a few months down the line, when you work your way back up the ladder, maybe I'll give you another chance. Okay. Oh, right. Wow. They're going to show us. Are they going to show us the whole thing or just the highlights? Cody and Roman. Ellis Dub said the dog barking thing is cool, but sometimes when Brom basically tells them to bark, it comes off as a cheap pop. Cheap pop. Oof. Tell you what, Dave's got technical. Let's have a little look here. So Dave, who provides a lot of stuff for Unseen, has took the image that we're not sure about, right, and made it like a negative. I don't know what we can take from that, but Dave's of the opinion it's not Lily. In the negative picture, it would look like a doll figure or the outline of the dress. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we're getting into like CSI level now. Do you know what I mean? I feel like we're looking for DNA. This is I mean, this is how deep we're going. We're making the pictures negatives to see if it'll give us clues. I mean, it can't be Lily. I can't see a heartbeat or anything in there. You know, I can't see any internal organs whatsoever. So I just don't know. I don't know what a negative would show me, but I love it. I love the fact we're going to this level to try and figure out if this is Lily. I really don't know. I mean, look, it'll be an Unseen, and I will say exactly that. I'll be like, look,
People saw this, and we did a poll. 60% of people thought it was. 40% thought it wasn't. So the majority think it is. But there is also a healthy amount of speculation. So I would say, just be aware. Something was spotted in the background that looks like Lily. We're not 100% that it is, but just be aware. Note it, and we'll move on. There we go. CSI. Dave doing some CSI. Boom. Days, the Lily doll is Jey Uso's new pink shades and a shirt that's folded. Oh. If you watch the clip back, the unit is filled with loads of shirts, says Websley. Oh, that would explain the pink, wouldn't it? He is wearing pink glasses at the moment. So a white shirt, a white Jey shirt with some pink glasses on. Blurry image. I'm not saying it is that. I'm saying I still don't know. Right? Let's not get it twisted. I'm not saying that it is that, but I'm saying that that at least gives us an explanation as to what it could be as an alternative, you know? That's interesting. Right, we are at commercial break. I've got this as well. Brett said the Viking Raiders are coming back. Has that ever been their logo? PFR. I don't know what that is. I don't remember this ever being a logo for the Viking Raiders. I mean, their names are Eric and Ivar, aren't they? So I don't know what the F would represent. Or the P. I mean, the R could be Raiders. I don't know. Red Circle. Where was this, actually? I never saw this. Cards. People are finding loads of stuff tonight. Red Circle. That's interesting. But we don't have an F, do we? Flexa Bliss. That's who's coming back. Flexa Bliss. Uncle Powdy. Flexa Bliss. And Rowan. The Holy Trinity. Did I? Interesting. Yeet signs should be back. That's a great CM Punk sign. Ah, look at the Yeet glasses. Signs. Roman Empire. Oh, there's a baby in a Yeet shirt. That's fun. That's fun. Yeet. Okay, talking about Cody and Roman. That's what we've got right now. There's another one here as well, by the way. So Blaine said there's a number. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, when it comes to this stuff, unless it's like super obvious that it's connected, there's so much stuff that's backstage. So much stuff. I remember seeing like a character that was written on the side of a box, and that generated excitement. And then it turned out to be the mascot, the logo for the Pyro company, and it just wasn't connected. So that could be anything, couldn't it, really? So, yeah, don't know. Are we going to see this whole flipping thing again? What was that before the commercial break? Fate is woven. Was the Wyatt Sicks or something else? It looked like a circle. Fate is woven. I didn't even see this. Come on. It's hard to know what to put in and what to leave out, because most of this I'm just like, I don't know what it is. Finish Howdy said, I think Jay wins tonight, but loses the title so quick because of the bloodline. So Jay can have a reason to go to SmackDown and fight them. What if he doesn't win tonight because they get involved? That would then give him a reason, wouldn't it? Because I don't think Braun's ready to move up to the world title yet, so it doesn't really make much sense to get the title off of him. In my opinion. 7. Yeah, they're showing us this whole thing again. They love this, don't they? You've signed yourself into a lose-lose situation. I think it might be a touch edited shorter. They took my wise man. Yeah, this has been edited. They took my Ula Fala. I don't have anything. Sucks to be you, doesn't it, mate? Fiendish Howdy said, if there is anything about Wyatt Sicks tonight, it'll probably be a video package and a QR code. Well, I tell you what, if it is going to be a QR code, they've left it a little bit, and that's appreciated. Oh, I never saw this. That is interesting. I never saw this little video thing. Fate is woven. What the hell was that? I don't know. So it is Roman Cody at the moment. We're not missing anything. I give you my words. Hello, Daze and chat. I hope everyone's doing well, said Chappy Chappy. Shout out to you, my friends. Ah, that's very good. That's very good. I like that a lot. Dano Bob said, it's not a P and F and R, it's these caricatures, it's the runic alphabet. I've never even heard of the runic alphabet, right? Can't keep up with all these alphabets. Plumbing Roman numerals and whatnot. Runic alphabet, it means war. So I'm guessing that's why people are thinking Viking Raiders. They used to be known as the War Raiders. Maybe this could be a bit of a shield type look. Not the shield, but, you know, our shields when you're going into battle. And what are runic? What is runic? Who used that? Who used it? The Germanic peoples. Latin? I mean, Latin is a bit Wyatt Sicks, isn't it? Vikings thought of runes not merely as letters, but as having potent virtues. Yeah. I can see why people are saying Viking Raiders. War on what looks to be a bit of a shields. Yeah. Good. Well spotted. Well done, everyone. I want to make sure that that original one was included, though, that we looked at earlier. Here is the New Day. Dun, dun. Whoa, 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 whoa. Right, the Roman segment was a crowd reaction to the video, shows how impactful it was. Yeah, we looked at that, didn't we? A. Jobson said, I'm about to be 2-1 in my league. I'm beating the number 1 seeds, and I am 10th. This game is amazing. What game is it? What game is it? I always thought that there was potential for a wrestling fantasy game. But like a proper one, you know, that like the website works the scores out and everything, and like there's hundreds of thousands of people playing it, you know. Dano Bob, look at this for Inception. Dano Bob's like, I got in the stream. You did. You're in unseen as well. Because that's excellent work. I wish I was that excited to be in the stream. Just every minute I'm like, oh my god, I'm in the stream. Dano, it was excellent, excellent, excellent. Probably Viking Raiders, yes, yes. Some people are thinking it might be teasing Lucha Bros, but Lucha Bros apparently are still under a contract. So, I don't know that it'll be Lucha Bros. I'm thinking Viking Raiders fits. Lovely. I think that PFR means Penta Ray Phoenix Lucha Bros, says Daniel. Well, as I just said, they're still under contract with AEW is what we heard. So there is interest in WWE, but I don't think that it was actually true that they've signed. So I don't know that we would start teasing them coming in if they're not technically free yet, you know? So, or even technically signed. You wouldn't start teasing someone you haven't signed, even if it's looking good. So I'm leaning towards Viking Raiders more, to be honest. But it could, I mean, it could be Lucha Bros, couldn't it? Right. I've just tagged you in a post about Mercy. Arbis, yes, thank you. We did see that. We did see that. Did you see Tribal Chief Roman? Yeah, we just had that segment. My notifications have just exploded with people talking about that. Fate is woven. Dan thinks it might be Via. It's Via! Yeah! It's gonna be Via. Love it. Love it. Right, it's a bit late for a Wyatt Sicks segment, said Word of Wrestling. I like it being later. It means that it hasn't disrupted the show like it sometimes can do. I think people love the QR codes. They're just not everyone loves the fact that it is disrupting like the rest of the show. So I'm down if it drops like around, I don't want it to be too late. But any time around now would be great. Yeah, lovely. Bubba Joe said Motor City Machine Guns with new names. I think they're rumored to be going to NXT. It was only the Lucha Bros that we saw rumored to be going to the main roster. So I think Motor City Machine Guns are rumored to be going to NXT, so I don't think it would be them. Okay, we got Jay backstage. Superman Bass Fisher said someone needs to tell Roman he can get a new Ula Fala on Amazon. Listen, that didn't work for CM Punk and his 50-cent bracelet. It ain't gonna work for an Ula Fala. Okay, we've got New Day in the ring. Ba-ba-ba-da. Last Monster Standing is going to be no DQ in it. I wonder if that's where we're going to get some interference next week. Here's American Maids. There's a hint of them joining back to the Bloodline, said Amethysts. Okay, so we've got American Maid coming down. American Maids. Is it against New Day? Is it both of them? You suck is being chanted. Yeah, New Day are encouraging the chants. Ivy looks great, doesn't she? Are those knee pads she's got, or are those on her? Oh yeah, they are knee pads. Yeah. Ivy looks good. They all look good. I love the Creed's gear. I think the Creed's gear looks so much better than anything they've had. Maybe it's a touch busy. Maybe it's just a touch busy, but I think I would have done the stars on the top part rather than around their midsection, but it's very bold. Very bold. Day-Rock. New Day-Rock. Right, Daze, I saw the word ice behind Jay. Does that mean Alexa is on her way? Yeah. It actually means that Ice Spice is coming in. So that is something for us to look forward to. Hip-hop sensation Ice Spice on the way. Jimmy Uso, Roman, Zilla, Dean, says Dakota. Shots coming in by Julius. I want to join Wyatt Sicks, said Suzanne. No more Wyatt Sicks with American Maid, said Dr. Luchalala. Ice, ice, baby. It might be Vanilla Ice, said Mitchell. That's a good shout, actually. It is time for a big return, isn't it? Okay, Xavier is in there. So they're in there with the Creeds. It's obviously Ivy on the outside and Chad on the outside. Back elbow there by Julius. Kofi getting smashed. And Kofi back to Unity. I know he can't wrestle, but he could be there. That would be fun if he could help bring them back to Unity. I definitely think that 10-year anniversary is going to be a big deal. Definitely feel like that's going to be a big deal. And I think that Big E should absolutely be a part of that, yes. Arsenal were time wasting in the second half, said Spartan. Arsenal goalkeeper thought he was Martinez. When I think of Ice Ice Baby, I think of the parody, said Suzanne. People talking about Ice Ice Baby. This is very much the stream I was hoping for. Oh, lovely work there by Kofi. Brutus goes down. I mean, I'm thinking American-made win here, and that's going to cause more friction in the New Day. Tag made. What's your score, said Mitchell. Don't know, it's a tricky little one, this, isn't it? I mean, it's not been bad, and it has flown by. Oh, Brutus absolutely planted. His head driven into the mat. Yeah, I don't think it's been a terrible show. But kind of hard to know where the big, juicy talking point is. I mean, to be honest, we've still got that Intercontinental match. That is, to me, the big, juicy talking point. We still seemingly haven't had anything that's Wyatt Sicks. We don't know about that Lily doll. That's obviously a talking point, but we don't know 100% that it was Lily. There's people out there that are adamant that it was. There's people out there that are thinking it isn't. So, as we said, it is split. Right now we've got Xavier in the corner. Big chop there by Brutus. Another big chop. Xavier. Oh, another chop there by Brutus. Xavier staring at Brutus as another chop is fired in. Oof, big chop coming back. Xavier on fire at the moment. He's got Brutus back in the corner. Jumps down, double axe handle. Julius goes down. Kofi getting in. I just want Woods to turn, said Alex. I want the heartbreak. Right, we've got Xavier in control on the one corner, but we have got Julius in control in the other corner. Yeah, so they're both going to go for suplexes. Yeah. Okay, so they both go for them. They both get them. All four guys are down. Are they dropping Wyatt Sicks, said Dark Circle? No. There's no sign of them dropping Wyatt Sicks. I mean, we may still get something, but Wyatt Sicks have been teasing something as well, so we just haven't had a segment or anything yet, or nothing obvious. I mean, there's some people thinking that we may have had a Lily doll in the background. That's the biggest Wyatt Sicks talking point so far tonight, but listen, we've still got an hour-ish. Tanner said, do we think Wyatt Sicks get involved with Braun and Bronson next week? I don't know that they get involved. I think that, I mean, I feel pretty good that they've offered Braun help. I just don't think he needs it yet. But because next week is going to be like a no DQ match, it's last man standing, it could be that we get like Final Testament, Miz, people getting involved, trying to help Bronson keep Braun down. Then, you know, this whole story completely shifts. Because at the moment, as I keep saying, it doesn't make sense to me that he would accept their help, because Braun is a face, and like it's a one-on-one fight at the moment. But as soon as that changes, as soon as Bronson gets some assistance, game on. And if that happens next week, then yes, I think the Wyatt Sicks come into this story. But I don't think that we get them getting involved first, because that's a bit of a heel thing to do. So I'm thinking next week, what we may do is we may have Bronson win thanks to outside interference, which then means it's game on. And so the week after, Wyatt Sicks then start getting involved. So that's what I'm thinking. But it might not go that way. It could just be a normal match and like Braun wins and that's it, you know. I think it's quite interesting because we really don't 100% know. American maids are quality, said GH. But how are they still just going on as normal and dissing the Wyatt Sicks like nothing has happened? Well, you're not alone with that as a frustration, but that is something that has frustrated me and frustrated a lot of people. I really don't think that's how we should have booked the group. Even if you want to keep them strong, even if you want to keep American Made strong and credible, just have them be like, oh, we're not bothered about them, you know? And then, I suppose, in a way, did we do that? I wonder if we did that today, but it just didn't quite land. You know, the way that the New Day said about how Uncle Howdy was behind them, Wyatt Sicks were behind them, and they sort of jumped and showed that they were a bit nervous. I wonder if, like, they have done what we've suggested, and that is, it's fine for them to move on and have not been changed. That's fine. I don't need them to change everyone babyface that they face, right? Because there is a problem with that, and that is you're affecting future booking. Like, we want the American Made to be credible and we want them to be a heel team, so we don't want to turn them babyface. That's absolutely fine. But the bit I don't like is the bit where they are unfazed by the Wyatt Sicks. So I wonder if that little segment earlier where they jumped as soon as New Day went there behind you, I wonder if that was just a little glimpse that actually they have been affected. They might say one thing, but their actions say something different. I didn't think about that until we just started talking about it. That didn't land with me at the time, though. It's one of those that I'd have to go back and rewatch. Kicks coming in there by American Made there. Double teaming on Xavier. Kofi had distracted the referee. And Xavier is down. Xavier is trying to get back up to his feet. Xavier is over by the ropes. Yeah, Xavier is really feeling the effects there of that beatdown. Really feeling the effects. I think Bloodline will cost Jay, and probably Sammy, said Spartan. Sammy will come for the save. No Wyatts tonight, said Gunny. Drew said, I say all Wyatt Sicks members should wrestle as singles. The 4-person tag isn't impressive, plus feuds drag out too long. Intro of the group was amazing, but now it's just a bit nah. Well, I think they've just had a bit of an introductory welcome to the main roster. This is what we're all about, feuds. I think the next one, hopefully we do push things forward a little bit more. It's still, I mean, obviously, clearly very, very early. They've had one feud, so it's still very early days. So I wouldn't give up on them. I mean, I don't think anyone is. But yeah, you know, listen, some weeks are better than other weeks. There's no denying that. I thought last week's QR code, though, was great. Xavier, battling away. He's been in for a while now. He's not been able to get over to Kofi, has he? Xavier with a headbutt down goes Brutus. Missile dropkick. Brutus goes down. Xavier holding onto his head, and Kofi is trying to encourage Xavier over. He's looking, he's trying to reach. Hot tag looks like it's going to get made, and it is. Kofi's in. He comes crashing down on Julius. Big chop. Drop kick there by Kofi. Julius goes down. Duck underneath. Oh, lovely kick there by Kofi. Duck underneath again, against the ropes. Gets caught. Over the top. To the outside. Kofi with a kick. Down goes Brutus. Kofi looking to climb up. New Day in control. Kofi, like a bottle rocket. Whoa! Wow! He just jumped backwards and just landed on them. So it was kind of like a splash, but backwards. A reverse splash. Off. 1, 2, crossbody by Kofi. Crowd are really into this. The hot tag's been good. Very exciting. Mitchell said, when's the time that WWE did a lights out match on the main roster, not counting NXT? A lights out match. I don't know, would the pitch black match count as that? That was lights out, wasn't it? Just had like UV light instead with it all glowing in the dark. Certainly don't remember anything since that. And I mean, I don't remember us doing anything during like the pandemic or anything. Duck underneath. Boom. Big kick there by Kofi. Down goes Julius. Now Xavier wants the tag. Kofi, I thought Kofi might not do it then, you know. Part of me wondered if Kofi was not going to do that. He goes over the top, lands on Brutus. Now we've got Chad getting involved. Xavier is distracted. He grabs a hold of Chad. Chad comes into the ring. So Chad is down. Referee could DQ right now. I mean, Chad is in the ring. Chad distracted. Yeah, Xavier is unloading on Chad. That is obviously allowing his actual opponent to regroup. He's in there with Julius. Julius, big knee. Big knee. Kofi's up. No, no joy. This match is getting a lot of time, isn't it? Shoulder tackle. I don't mind it, though. Xavier is up in the air. Tag being made. We say that we want to see the tag division being invested in. And I feel like this match has been given some time there. And it was quite fun. And it is a win for the Creeds. I mean, of course, there was a bit of outside interference, so... Days by lights out, I mean, unsanctioned. Oh, honestly, long time ago. We haven't had one of them in forever. Nothing in the past, or nothing I can think of in the past, say, 5 years. American Maid's rebuild is on set. Excellence of execution. Shockwave said New Day need a midget wrestler and they could call him Little E. From Italy? Okay, what have we got? Damian Priest's video package promo. Am I my brother's keeper? Life can take you to some unexpected places. Brother being mentioned was interesting there. A crew that became a family. But he's talking about his brother Finn Balor. When you joined me and Rhea, we talked about running the WWE. You always wanted it to be about you. It's a good little promo, this. Wow, you was in the corner with a face of envy when Rhea became a world champion. When the camera stopped rolling, you was the first person out the door with that same face of envy. It's good. They do these video packages so well. Finn Balor, you are not my brother. Lots of brother vibes, brother. The guard couldn't pull a sick out of a short house. Get set up on a screen. William, I hope you will. What is Sean Rossap saying? It's another loss for the New Day. Up next. Bron Breakker, Jey Uso up next. Okay. Lisa said, what sports do you play? I like to play sleeping. I'm quite good at it. I like to play watching Wyatt Sicks. QR code, maybe? I am but dust. A worm. A rebel. You cast your light of countenance upon me and said, I shall live. Oh, is that the bride? The words of the red. Pluto, you speak, we follow. My life for you. Another QR codes. Boom. QR code hits. QR code drops. Let's go. There was a lot of, I say a lot, there was images that we have seen from Nightbird there. One of them being like the bride pointing, which was kind of interesting. But QR code has hit. Go crazy, kids. Go crazy. Let's see what they've got for us. What is being teased this week? What is being teased this week? If I can see a QR code, I will show it on screen. New QR code leads to, wow. So apparently, if you scan the QR code, you get this image. I mean, that just looks, that's Braun in it. Braun with the black sheep's mask. And then we've got more here. So 5, that's interesting, isn't it? The 5 like Plutos, that makes me think of the 5 of them. But you know, wow, what's all this going to lead to? All of these coordinates. So we only got the partial picture the other day. We didn't get the full image. This is what we were waiting for. So obviously people are going to be working on that. But yeah, quick read is 5 at the bottom of the Plutos for the Wyatt 5, or Wyatt 6, but like 5 of them. We don't think Braun's being brought in as a permanent member, but that is a really, I mean, that's gonna cement it for a lot of people unless it's misdirection. Bit of a smudge up there, a little bit of a smudge. Interesting. Interesting. That is Braun and Rowan. That is the Bible proverb. Yeah, that was there last time. So we have seen that image before. We have seen that image before. And that image, we didn't have the full image. We only had the partial image. This is so much better. Dropping it at this time. People are telling me it was under remember. Under remember. I think you have to click on remember to actually get the picture. There's so many things to watch. I should have sent it a bit more easier, said JM Is there... What are we saying? There's a lot in there, is there? You see, the layout of what you sent me is... It looks identical to what I've seen before. So it doesn't... At glance, it doesn't look like there's anything different there. It is retro, isn't it? Yeah, at the moment, there's just those two images that we've looked at. Now, we've got a video package for the Pure Fusion Collective. I need to scan it myself, don't I, really? I'm checking Kuntsungi. Check it all. Let me know what you find. I haven't even scanned it myself. So it takes you to that recapitulation. You get those two things. A lot of this might be stuff from the past, though, mightn't it? Yeah. So the remember and the elucidate, they have changed. But it looks like a lot of the other stuff is stuff that we... Is that new? I am all of us. There's a word puzzle, but I don't know if that's a word puzzle that we've had previous. Under I am all of us. What happens if you press Nightbirds? Nothing new there. But at the moment, it's only those two pictures. Oh, hello. We got New Day and LWO. This is unsolicited advice. I've got Finn Balor to worry about next week, says Ray. Oh, we got another argument here. You want to fight with me? So there we go. Xavier is going to be facing Ray next week. If you click the line above the face with the X eyes. Here's Jay. David, shout out to you. If you click the line above the face with the X eyes, I've got you. Let's wait for the commercial break. Okay, so Jay is making his way down. Jay in the crowd, yeeting away. Heel Xavier. We could be heading in that direction, yes. We could be heading in that direction. One of the lines, it sends you to the tweet, said Arvis. Well, I feel like we're quite close to going to commercial break. I don't know if that's new or not from Detective of Wrestling. Okay, lots of yeeting. If you click between remember and elucidate. Entrances are unreal, said Toby. Dexter said, I've never seen the picture of Braun and Rowan wearing their masks. No, that definitely feels new. That definitely feels new. There's definitely some new stuff in there. We've had a look at a couple of the images. Fiendish Howdy said there is a black sheep's mask in the QR codes. Yes. We've seen that one. And we've seen the picture of the coordinates. There is a sound clip that's in there as well, which people are wondering if, or I'm wondering if that is new.
Honestly, I'm surprised everyone was so worried. I was completely fine and never in any danger.
I don't know, you know. People are sending in stuff and I'm looking at it and I don't know if it's new or if it's old. Right, we should be going to commercial break. What's this?
So worried. I was completely fine.
Yeah, this is old.
And never in any danger.
Unless there's something different about it.
Honestly, I'm surprised.
Nah, that's old. I'm pretty sure this is old. I think there's, to be honest, it is. So that's new and that's new, right? Those two are new. That's the QR codes. That's where it takes you to, and those two are new. Yeah, so I'm definitely on board with all of this being new. I'm going to retweet that because I can't remember if I've retweeted these or not. So we've seen that one. We've seen that. We've seen that. Now, people only see what they are determined to see. So I feel like we've seen this image before, but I feel like that is new. The line that's on it. People only see what they are determined to see. Yeah, I do. So we know that's new. We know that's new. I do wonder about this. That's alone. Is it alone? No, any. No. Another. Ah. Because I can't remember this, I wonder if that is new. We may have had that before. We have had a few of the word messages before. But, oh, why won't it let me like that? Oh, has that been deleted? Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. That, I don't think, is a new image, but the word is new. The words in the middle. I feel like they're new. We've seen the Braun and the Rowan thing, yes. We've seen that. We've got the QR codes. Not sure if this is new. I think that is. What's this? Revelation, does it say? Not sure if that was there before. Yeah. Fine. All of that's fine. Yeah. What are we looking at? What is that? Okay, we've seen that. And what is that? We've seen that. So this is a collection of all the Nightbird stuff. I mean, each one of these is a different QR codes. Yeah, we watch, we listen, we wait. That is the audio clip backwards.
We watch, we listen.
Yeah, I've definitely not seen this before.
We wait. Your show does the serpent in the weeks.
Huh?
We reveal him to the world. We watch, we listen, we wait. I hear your voice, words like thunder, without making a sound. We watch, we listen, we wait. You have laid out the path before us. Your will be done. We watch, we listen, we wait.
Let's go. Oh, I don't need to quote tweet it. I'll just retweet it. That's pretty sick, isn't it? I don't remember that before.
We watch, we listen, we wait. Your show does the serpent in the weeks. We reveal him to the world.
It needs a beat.
We watch, we listen, we wait. I hear your voice, words like thunder, without making a sound. We watch, we listen, we wait. You have laid out the path before us. Your will be done. We watch, we listen, we wait.
It's like a new Daft Punk track. We watch, we listen, we wait. Yeah. We watch, we listen, we wait.
We watch, we listen, we wait. I hear your voice, words like thunder.
Yeah, man. Wyatt Sicks rave. Let's go.
We watch, we listen,
We wait. Come on, everyone. Yeah, we watch. We listen. We wait. Yeah.
We wait.
It's going to be in your head now.
We watch.
Guys, I've just written a banger. I think I've just written the greatest Wyatt Sicks song that's ever existed. And I didn't even write it. I didn't even do the lyrics. Whoa! Okay, we're back to the action. How long we got? 27 minutes. We watch. We listen. We wait. Needs a siren. That was a siren. No, it sounded like a dying cow, but it was. King Yeti, shout out to you. We watch. We listen. We wait. A lot of people might look at that and think it's a bit spooky, but I look at it as an opportunity to get a #1 single. Good video package for Braun there, just showing some of the destruction that has been caused. Watch. We listen. Wait. New journal entry? No. Karis has been there before, my friend. We have seen Karis. Yeah, I don't know if that puzzle is new. There is a puzzle which we found, and I don't know if it's new. Was there a teaser for the Lucha Bros? Well, people aren't sure, but I don't think it was Lucha Bros personally. I think it was for the Viking Raiders. So I can't say no, but I don't think it was. Kofi is going to be taking on Chad Gable. Is this the same thing from Slam X?
We watch, we listen, we wait. Your show
it is. We watch. He needs a lozenge, doesn't he? He needs some throat sweets, whoever this boomer is. We watch. We listen. We wait. It's good though. Jey Uso versus Bron Breakker. William said, I was going to get a Baconator double and retch into a center console. God, you are just having the best Monday night. Carl and Dawn said, don't give up your day job. Oh, the reviews are in, kids. The reviews are in. The critics are not having it. I thought that my number one was on the way. I thought I had it made. Watch. We listen. We wait. Bron Breakker making his way down. Jeremy, shout out to you, buds. Bron Breakker, second title defense as Intercontinental Champion. Daze, it's definitely Viking Raiders. The letters say war, apparently. I agree. I think it's Viking Raiders, but there is some people that are adamant that it is Lucha Bros. People are telling me to do different things, like click this line, do this, but I don't know what it's going to lead me to. It's not a problem. I just don't have. I might have already seen what people are telling me, you know. People are like, oh, click this. Okay, but what does it give me? Because I might already have had it. If it's going to be like a spooky audio clip, I've heard it. I've already raved to it. Okay, Samantha Irvin doing the honors then for our main events. Right, Breakker is definitely a throwback. Okay, let's end the poll. So this was New Day versus American Maids. Lovely. Bron Breakker getting his intro. What time is the NXT press conference? It's on the show, isn't it? It's on the show. I think it's on the show. So Wade is talking about seeing a young Jey Uso from back in the day. Jey against Bron. This is big. I mean, I know that there's a lot of excitement. But we do need to dial into this main event, don't we? We do. What will happen with the Wyatt Sicks? Well, that's what's being worked out. Do you want me to make a song of the we watch, we listen, we wait? Do it. 100% do it. It's right there for you, buds. I've tried to put my spin on it, but the critics were not impressed. So, unfortunately, I'm just not appreciated in my time. Just like a lot of great artists. Just like Jeff Buckley. I'm just not appreciated in my time, but that's all right. I sort of expect it. In 100 years, they'll look back on what I've delivered on this stream, and they'll be like, if only them people knew how good this was. So, see if you can get some immediate success with the banging track that is. Here's Jey through the ropes, lands on Bron. Bron goes into the commentary table. That might take us into commercial break. Jey gets back into the ring. Crowd are cheering. If you put all the numbers of the coordinates, the cities spell out, I hear you. The other three that come after the dot say EPP. That is really interesting. Because we didn't get an answer on that, did we? Like the coordinates. EPP. So apparently the first letter of it says, I hear you. For, you know, those coordinates in that picture. I hear you. I can't get the image out of my head, says William. I tagged you in a post, said Logan. It's a backward sentence, but it's flipped. Yeah, is it the one that's written, people only see what they are prepared to see? Oh, I said it was determined to see, but it's prepared to see, isn't it? If that's the one, buds. Dexter said, did you notice the sundial thing? Was that part of it? Did you notice it? Yeah, I didn't notice it at the time, but I think it's a shield, and I think it relates to the Viking Raiders. Is that Psalm? There's something in the... let's ping over, look. You might as well see what I'm looking at. So, here's Stan saying there's something in the source code, P119105. Well, P makes me think Psalm, because we've been looking at a lot of Psalms. So, is there a Psalm 119105? Could that be that? That would be my guess. That's the first time I've seen anyone mention anything in the source codes. That hasn't loaded for some reason. No. An error has occurred. Oh, and I froze momentarily as well. That's quite exciting. This one is yes, said Misfits Wrestling. Yeah. Not sure if this is new or not. Yes, believe both of them are. What's this from WrestleOps? 2 years ago, Sammy officially became the honorary Uce. That's cool. Yeah, this is what spells out I hear you. And then apparently that is like EPP or something. Something along those lines. Look at all this that I'm trying to work my way through. But the thing is, we're getting a lot of like similar stuff sent through. A lot of like images we've already seen. Oh my gods. This is only from the past 7 minutes. Dudes. People wonder why Unseen is so late. People wonder why, like, I can't get, like, the videos out. Look at this. I mean, it's amazing. Thank you. I've definitely seen this picture now, though. Right? I've definitely seen it. They will be at War Games. Yeah, that's true. That thing did say war, didn't it? It is another thing to peddle, not Ave peddling. What are we... Is that what it says? It is another thing to peddle, not Ave... No, that doesn't fit. That doesn't fit. It is another thing to peddle. That doesn't quite fit. It is another thing to peddle and not a... In my head that doesn't fit, but I'm not sure. Into the corner goes Jay. Okay, but that's the closest that we've got to an answer. In my head it doesn't fit, but it's hard to do that and do this. I have some stuff to find out, says Marrow. Coordinates and Shima. A picture of coordinates is Shima. Picture of coordinates is called Shima. Don't know what that means. Bron is in control. I decoded the audio. The audio URL is a weird line, says David. Is that different to the URL we listened to? Or is it same to the URL that we heard? Or the audio clip we heard? Daze, the person on the video needed a throat sweep. They really did, Spartan. You're right, my friends. Bron Breakker is very much in control right now. Very much in control. Bron looking for a superplex. Can't quite get it at the moment. Oh, yeah, got him up. And he hangs Jay onto that top rope. How long have we got? We've still got 14 minutes. This is clearly our main event. So I don't think that we are going anywhere at the moment. Rock, not Solo, not Roman. Give me Bron against Dragon Lee, said A. Jobson. Logan said, I've sent you a screenshot. Thank you. I'm working my way through. Right now, we've got Bron grabbing a hold of Jay. Throwing him into the corner. The audio from tonight, the URL has a message. The audio played backwards. I've sent you what it says on Twitter. We've played the audio forwards. So, but when you say the URL, I don't know what the URL is. We've heard the audio that was backwards and we've played it forwards. But I don't know. The URL is obviously the location at the top. The URL, what you put into the search bar. I don't know what the URL is for it. Nice kick coming in there by Jay. Trying to get back into the match. Is digging in deep here. Bron is thrown to the outside. Oh, shot comes in. Right now he grabs Jay. He's going to look to smash him into the... Boom. But Jay goes into the commentary table. Go to replies to what I posted. I'm getting stuff everywhere, but I wouldn't find it. Bron collides into Jay. They both go over the commentary table. They both go down and we go to commercial break. I'm going to see if I can try and chip away through this. I mean, I'm still 14 minutes behind what's been sent through. Possibly a month ago. What was that to? No, I think that audio is new. I think that I've not heard that audio before. Slamex said, Psalm 119, 105, your word is a lamp for my feet, a light on my path. So Slamex has looked into Psalm 119, 105. Lovely. Yes. We just got to that one. You can see a distorted image. Rowan is wearing the green jumpsuits. Yes. It's Braun and Rowan, yes. Wyatt Sicks, Braun versus Crossmit. We could be heading that way. Is that Lily behind? We don't know. I don't know what that is about Rhea, but we don't need it at the moment. We are... One of them is quite close to Brothers Elementary, apparently. Okay. I thought we'd got I thought people had found an answer to all of these, but it doesn't feel as concrete anymore. Here's C121S with all of these. Yeah. You showed us the serpent in the weeds. We reveal him to the world. This line seems very important, but I can't quite figure out who they're talking about yet. Oh, tell you what, as soon as this show ends, I'm going to have to try and sort this folder out. I've got so many bits. It's another very deep one, isn't it? It's another very complex one. Wrestling Rian said, in the page source is P19105. Yep, we got that one. Remember, IC2 makes and I's also some letters in the corner. Thought I might point it out for the detectives. There's some letter up here. What are we dealing with? Oh, no, I don't think they are, actually. These, we've thought that these were letters or something before, and then not. I don't know about this. The white things definitely aren't. Might be worth looking at the original picture to see if it's actually something. Don't know. For me, it's got to be a bit more obvious than that these days, because we've gone down those roads so many times. Finally, a bit of respect. Lexi, shout out to you. Finally, a good review has come in. It's mixed reviews for my beatboxing, you know. Got a good review, though. I also think we see the Wyatt Sicks, or at least get a vignette next week. We could do. Here's the coordinates. So, what does the first letters make then? I-H-E-A-R. It's not making what we were told it had made. I'll retweet that. I'll see what the people are saying. If you take the first letter, it spells out you. I hear you. Oh, hang on. Can I hide? Can I hide the rest of the letters? I can't really do it. I hear you. Oh, yeah. E-P-P. Ah, okay. It did. What's the EPP, though? Okay, how long we got? 7 minutes. Coordinates not important. It leads to places in China. Don't look at them. Well, I like that I hear you. I'm totally on board with that. I don't know about the bottom bit, which I think was said EPP. Tricky, innit? There's so many moving parts to this one. And we've got an Intercontinental title match that's awesome. And the crowd are chanting that it's awesome as well. Okay, Braun. Jay, round the back of Braun. He pushes Braun against the ropes, picks him up into a Samoan drop. Let's go. 1, 2, shoulder up. Shoulder up by Jay. Shoulder up by Jay. I hope Jay wins, said Mr. Quake. It was on commercial. Oh, yeah, when we just did that, it was on commercial, yeah. Jay is looking for that key moment to put Braun away. Jay is climbing up. Braun charging over. Grabbing a hold of Jay. Shot coming in. Headbutt there by Jay. Goes up again. He is perched. Head scissor takeover. Jay goes over. Braun breaker. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Jay. Shoulder up. Kick out by Jay. We got 5 minutes to go. Jay might as well never win a singles title, to be honest. Well, he's trying. He's working hard. We're getting Jimmy tonight, says Anthony. Do you think so? Do you think that's what we're getting? Kick coming in. Big uppercut. Jay. Throws in a kick. Goes for a shot. Bron against the ropes. Down goes Jay. Bron getting back up to his feet. He's going to look to pick him up. He's got him up. Slams him down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Kick out. Kick out. Yeah, he's really frustrated because had he have held that pin for the full 3 count, he would have got it. But he planted him down. He covered the leg. 2. He puts his arm in the air in celebration, and it just allowed him to kick out. It just allowed him to kick out. Bron on the outside, running round. Collides into Jey Uso. Jey Uso goes down. Jey gets thrown back into the ring. Against the ropes. And again, Jey in the middle of the ring. But a spear by Jey! Spear by Jey out of nowhere! Bron Breakker down! Jey Uso is climbing up! Uso splash connects! 1, 2, kick out by Bron! Wow! That place was going bananas, man. That place was going bananas. It looked like it was done. It looked like he was dead. Wow. Scenes. Bron is getting back up to his feet, though. He is literally spitting. He is spitting with anger at the moment. Jey is crawling around on the outsides. He's going to deliver another spear, but a kick there by Jey. Bron goes down. Bron goes down. Jey again on his feet, charging over. Spear through the timekeeper's area. Jey spears Bron. Both guys are down. Jey has got to get him back in the ring, though. He does pick him up. He chucks him in the ring. Here we go. Against the ropes. Another spear by Jey. Oh, my God. This could be it. This could be it. Jey is climbing up. There's no one around. The splash connects. Jey, 2, 3 is the new Intercontinental Champion. He's done it. He's done it. No way, man. I didn't think he would. I didn't have him down for winning it. I didn't think he would do it. I thought they would stick with Bron Breakker, but Jey Uso is the Intercontinental Champion. There was no bloodline interference. There was no Jimmy interference. He went one-on-one with Bron Breakker, and he has won his first singles championship. This is massive news. Huge news. Massive moment. Jey is up in the stands. Yeeting away. We got fireworks going off. It's a real celebration in the arena right now. He's sat on the steps. The show comes to an end, an abrupt end. Wow, we've got to get the score for that match. So good. So good. Jey Uso pulling out a monstrous victory in that main event. Jey's first singles championship, and there's going to be a lot of happy people there because that is a massive, massive win for Jey, and there is a lot of Jey fans. Wow. Jay gets it done. I can't wait to see what Rhea's reaction's going to be to that. Jay, the new Intercontinental Champion. Yeets. I didn't see that coming. I didn't see it coming. I did not see that coming either. And honestly, it was brilliant. I'm pleased I didn't see it come in. It only made the moment even better. So, love that. Yeet, let's go. Rikishi is probably losing his mind. Rikishi is probably not happy. If there's one thing I know about Rikishi, if he can moan about something, he'll find a way of doing it. So, yeah. Amazing. Amazing scenes. It's actually so big, I feel like we need to do a quick little video on it, you know? It's so big. I mean, I really don't do these kinds of videos anymore. But it's so unexpected. It's so big. It really could be just quick video worthy for those that are at work or whatever that haven't seen, aren't watching the show. There we go. It's not going to be the sharpest image though, is it? Because I'm going to stretch it a bit, but... Massive breaking news coming out of Raw, and this was unexpected. At least I thought it was unexpected. I really was expecting Bloodline or somebody to get involved and to prevent Jay from winning this championship. Obviously, Bron Breakker has not had it very long, and I kind of feel with Jay potentially going into a Bloodline story that he was probably not going to be successful here, and it would be due to outside interference, and it was going to push his next feuds forwards. It may have been Jimmy, probably not Jimmy. We're expecting Jimmy to come back and obviously join up with Roman. So if it was going to be anyone, it was probably going to be Jacob, Tama, Tonga Loa, you know, one of the new bloodline. But it wasn't. It was none of that. It was a win for Jey Uso. Jey, after 14 years, has won his first singles championship. They've not done it at a premium live event. They've done it here on Raw. They've closed out Raw with a massive moment, one of the moments of the year. And I can't wait to see the reaction. We're waiting to see what Rhea has got to say, of course. We're waiting for reaction from the family. I'm interested to see if Jimmy's going to have any comment, if Roman's going to have any comment. I'm interested to know what Sammy's going to say. Like, the reaction to this is going to be absolutely fascinating. But the headline, as of right now, we have got a new Intercontinental Champion. Amazing. As I say, I really don't do those types of videos before. We used to do them quite a bit, but to be honest, I just sort of wait for unseen now. But with something this big, like this one really feels like if I'm going to do an exception, Jey Uso winning his first singles championship. That can be my exception. So, right, I'm drowning in Wyatt Sicks stuff as well. I need to run off and have a look at all of that. I don't think it'll be Bloodline. I think they're going to change it now, says Wyatt Sicks. Do you think so? I'm still thinking Bloodline. I'm thinking that he'll just go through that as the IC champion. Because the IC champ isn't going to need to defend at Survivor Series. So I'm thinking that he'll just go in as IC champion. I kind of need my breaking news graphic, really, don't I? But I don't have it. This stream is going to end now, says Boomers. Well, we are going to wrap things up in a second. I'm so stupid happy for Jey. Bron can't lose clean like this when you're trying to make him the next big thing, says Pedro. Well, I don't know. I kind of feel, I get your point, but I kind of feel like losing clean to Jey, there's no issue there. I mean, Jey, as we said, is a veteran, is a legend, is been on the roster for a long time. So I kind of feel like losing to Jay, there's no shame. It's just unexpected, really. It's just unexpected. Could Braun reclaim on Raw? What, like next week? Don't know. That would be a bit quick. He could do. Love all you boomers, says Marrow, shout out to you, buds. Take care of yourselves, says Sam. Looks like people are filing out. And it makes sense, because we are going to wrap this this up. Right, can't believe Braun lost the title, said Charles. It's a shocker. It is a shocker. I think I just yeeted in my pants, says Night Legacy. Night Legacy, thank you for the update. I do very much appreciate that. Let me see if I can get into the stream again so that we can get a few final thoughts. Xavier is coming for Jay, said Vince. Good for Jay. Braun should be in line for a world title quick, says Tim. Wow, look at that. It's got an all-time rating. Wow. All-time rating. That is amazing. I tell you what with the QR codes and that J ending, I think that it really picked up the score. I mean, halftime scores were around about 5s and 6s. I think that this has massively picked up the score following what we've just seen. So, yeah, I'm interested to see how that's going to impact the score when we get them up on the second channel. Rhea is getting all the Yeet Man tonight, said Ian. Indeed. I'm so happy for Jay. It's a great job by Triple H, said Mo Money. Night Legacy said Braun is definitely going for his IC title. It was a good show, but not all time. No, I don't think the show will be all time, but that match has been very well received, probably because of the result. I'd imagine the result has been to people's liking, and so as a result, that match has got 48% all-time score. Mark said, this is how you run a show. Jay should never be a single champ. Triple H needs to go back to Vince McMahon. I'm not going to lie. It's hard to see that happening, to be honest. Rhea is probably going to challenge Jay for the title, said Spartan. Dom is still coming up with witty remarks. I'm proud of him, even though he's a heel, says Jessica. Right, we are up to date with that. Is it going to be Sammy J for the title? I hope not. I mean, they could do a friendly little match, but I don't know. Normally there's a bit of tension in there. I mean, we saw Cody and Kevin, they were friends, and there was tension there. So, I don't know. Kind of think let Jay have his moment. Sammy don't need that IC title anymore. Jay deserves this, said Money 14. Pedro said, don't get me wrong, the problem isn't Jay winning, it's the way that he won. Sam, shout out to you. Ishan, shout out to you. Get in, yeets. We needed this to happen, said Ethan. AB Jobson said War Games might be Randy, KO, Cody, and Roman. Night Legacy said Elia versus Jay. I know they are friends. Listen, I'd be down for that. Liam said, I could see the bloodline costing him his title, and then it goes back to Braun. This is just setting up the bloodline story, said Liam. Kim Shane said, I haven't voted all time until today. Jay deserved it. Charles said it was a long time coming. It was very well deserved. Ian, shout out to you. TBK said, hell of a match. Spartan, yes, I did see those plans. Blingin with Kimberly said Jay Uso is your new Intercontinental Champion. Yeet. I'm so happy for him. I'm really, really pleased for him. Honestly, I didn't see that happening. So it's really caught me off guard. but in the best way possible. I'm really pleased for him. I know people are a bit worried about what it means for Bron, but Bron is still so early in his career on this main roster that, like, the fact that he's even won the IC title this quickly is great for him, and who knows what he goes on to do now. We know that they've got big plans for him when we go to Netflix, so he'll be fine. But, like, yeah, I think more than looking at Bron, I'm looking at Jay for this one, and I'm just really pleased for him. So, brilliant, brilliant. Wrestling Russ said, I loved it for Jay. Yeah. Same, bud. Same. Right, there we go. I am going to run away. We've got the scores that we needed. Don't forget, we'll have an opinions video up soon. We'll have a Wyatt Sicks video up. I don't know. It's going to take me a while to get through the rest of these notifications, and I don't think we've got everything we need quite yet. So I'm going to run away and start working on all of those. But a big, big thank you to everyone that joined us tonight. I hope you had a good time. I know there was a lot of plates being spun, but that's what we do, right? We try and do the best we can. We try and watch the show the best we can. We investigate the QR codes the best we can. We create epic raps and dance tracks the best that we can as well. And I think we succeed in all three, to be honest. So really appreciate everyone joining us. We will be back tomorrow for NXT. Looking forward to that, but I can't guarantee anything as epic as what we have just seen. Jey Uso is the new Intercontinental Champion. It's pretty cool, isn't it? It's pretty cool. Awesome. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.